Why are you yelling? Welcome in, guys. Happy fucking Friday. Jesus, who are we? Where are we? And where am I?
That is not mother of all omelets here, Jack. Can't spread over every day.
Ordain bit you? What do you mean Ordain bit you? What is happening? Is this what happens when I stream on a typically off day? I mean, why are y'all acting so surprised? We used to stream on Fridays. We literally only changed it from having Wednesday off to Friday off when we started the Mage campaign. Angry Dutch noises? What do angry Dutch noises sound like? Do they sound like a rickety windmill? I feel like that's what they sound like. I feel like angry Dutch noises are the exact same sounds that come out of rickety windmills on the side of the like salt marsh. He keeps using my skulk? Skulk? Wait, suction cup man? What do you mean suction cup man? I'm confused. It's just lots of cursing. Oh, okay, gotcha. I see how it is. Sounds like light German. Oh my God. Watch it? Wait, watch what? Watch what? What do I need to watch? The light German parts? 20. Thank you for the 20 stream streak. But how's everybody's Friday going? Are you surviving? Are you ready for the weekends? Oh my goodness. All right. Chat. Do we need to have a bitching session today? I got a thing. True, it is Digimon Day. Except Digimon is $70 fucking and I can't afford it. Boss them on a 10 stream streak is just not letting you post it? Yeah, the viral clip things are available now, which is a weird thing to do, incentivizing people to like, I don't know, I suppose take other people's clips and stuff and post them elsewhere, which is always welcome in this case. I would love to have more people know who I am. So if there's any of y'all that run like, you know, like little clip channels or all that jazz, you can also like upload them onto Twitch and you get like really cool sparkly badges for the amount of views that you get on the video. We're exactly that under the tweet. There's a lot of people that consider like clip channels and like compilation channels and stuff theft, which to me, I just picture it as free advertisement. Thank you for the eyes, Void. It's a good way for like people to support you as long as you put my name in like not the comments, but like the I like the description or something. I'm fine with that. I'm totally fine with that. Like, as long as there's like a link back to my stream or something, that's totally fine with me. It's when you go about just like posting streamers and there's literally no context on who this person is. You could even put it in the video if you like edited it slightly. I do the cliff notes of an incident. I don't know wait, why is British Jews trending? I just looked over on the what's happening section and British Jews are trending for some reason. Oh, okay, because it's Yom Kippur. There's also people fasting in support of Gaza. Okay. Wait. Oh, okay. It's people taking the piss with apparently a British PM that ran her mouth. Seems to be the case. Okay, so there's a group of British Jewish people that are like having a flag, and it's Jews fasting for Gaza on Yom Kippur. Okay. And then apparently there's like British PMs claiming that people protesting to support Palestine is glorifying violence against Jews, which is, again, a dumb as shit tactic. Eats more bread. Let's go bread. But also cheesable, just like all other clips. Just refresh the page a ton and you get easy badges. That's not how that works. If that was how you could get views on shorts, why aren't you doing that for me, Sunstar? What the fuck, Sunstar? News section comes on YouTube for it, which I watched none of and dismissed so fast. Oh yeah, that's exactly what I'm going to do with this. This thing is just going right in the can. In almost 20 years easily. I mean, there's a lot of people that are like, but there's a lot of people that got, that are like culturally Jewish or like their family is like Muslim or anything. And those are like, to my mind, those are the, I wouldn't say most hardcore, but the like most lifestyle like religious practices. I miss Texas toast being readily available at the supermarket. You talking about the garlic Texas toast?
And step into the macabre halls of the
Chumby,
Dark
welcome
Carnival.
in. How was your stream? Succumb to the chum. Chumby. How was your stream? Did you have a good time? Oh, wait, I missed it. What were you playing? What were you playing? Where's my... Oh, there it is. No, I'm not human. Okay. No, just thick cut white bread. Oh, got you. What the fuck is that? Sunstar, get the fucking gun. There was another fucking bot trying to do the buy views thing. There's another website. Get the gun, Sunstar. That was the new website. I don't think I've seen that one before. It got stomped by the auto mod, but I saw that shit pop up for a split second. I'm pretty sure it's because it's a new website. It's some other website that we've never seen before. Is basically what it looks like to me. Not that website, although I did have to renew, I did have to redo the website last night because it tried, I didn't have the money in my checking account. So I had to transfer money from my savings to pay for the website last night. I got that text, that email at like fucking midnight, and it was like, your auto renew didn't go through. So damn, 80th Street. Wait, did I miss that? Who had 80th Street? Oh, Woozer. Holy shit. Well, thank you, Chumpy. I hope you had a good stream. But welcome in, Raiders. Real quick, we'll do a quick rundown. Those of you who don't know me, my name is Mar, and I'm the ringleader of the Dark Carnival. I typically play games that are dark, spooky, and terrifying. Which, of course, it's Spooktober, Hallowstream, the Haunting Month, whichever one you want to call it. You needed help? I don't like need help on that. I also just talked to GamerSups, so I'm getting a payout from GamerSups sometime today, probably. So I have a little bit extra money till payday. I do have to raid and dip. That's totally fine. If you have to hit the bathroom, get food, I totally understand. Thank you so much for the raids. Raiders, we are also making the slow crawl towards partners. So if you would like to hang out, linger, do any of that jazz, I would greatly appreciate it. We have been suffering the last couple of weeks. Again, I'm pretty sure it's Twitch fucking something up somewhere. Spooktober, Locktober, Kingtober, so many flavors of October. There's also Gobtober. I like Gobtober. Currencies for terms, you can see bots will hit them, but Twitch has usually been smart enough to not show the Automon for allowing or denying him. Usually only normal users show up. Well, it probably did it because it had like a phrase or something in it. I didn't get to see the exact phrase that it flagged because it was so fast. But I did see the something viewers, a website, space.com. And so it was like, that is definitely not right. Something ain't right there. That's for sure. But okay. Usually, oh wait, actually scared me. They're unevenly spaced and not biologically possible. Biologic anatomy is for the limitations of God. I do not sustain to any such limitations. I vote to ban All I Want for Christmas song. Have an Ember for no good reason. Yay, Ember! I like Ember's emotes. They're very cute. All right, chat. Do you want to know what my current gripe of the day is? I talked a little bit about it on the Discord earlier today. Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2, which for the Raiders, we are going to play Bloodlines 1. We usually just yap for the first hour, so we'll probably jump to the game around 1, which is in 47-ish minutes. Current gripe talk, let's go. So this morning, a creative producer of Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2 named Outstar. Now, Outstar used to be a lore channel for Vampire the Masquerade. More than likely, that's why she got picked up as a producer for the game. However, she released an hour-long video. I think it's like an hour and 12 minutes of actual Let's Play gameplay. And it's supposedly going to be a deep dive. So she's probably going to be doing like every nook and cranny of the game. The thing is, that game doesn't come out for 3 more weeks. And she said that there's going to be a new video every week. So now, a creative producer who also was a YouTuber before being the producer has monopolized the content of a not yet released game. Which is... No, I don't think she is, because they probably gave her permission. They literally posted it. That's how I know it happened. They posted it on the official Bloodlines 2 Discord and pinged everybody. Which likely means she has permission. She's also a producer. But that sets an annoying precedent. Because, of course, game companies at times will often... Before a game launches, we'll like give big content creators, like they'll be like, here, play the game. We'd like to see what you think. But that's usually a demo. And they did do that. They did do like, let a bunch of streamers play like the demo version of the game. And supposedly in this first video, this hour and 12-minute video, all the content that's in it up till now is only like stuff that's been seen in the demo. It's unlikely that that's 100% true. I'm sure there's stuff that wasn't seen there, but we will see what happens. Don't want any fucking spoilers. The thing is she's not even like that big of a YouTuber. When I checked earlier, she had like 54K subs. Again, she was a very niche YouTuber. She was probably one of the biggest, like, in terms of Vampire the Masquerade lore. But since then, she joined the company and kind of fell off. In the case of, like, a bunch of other people came around and started, I mean, I like spoilers. I'm sure there's some people that like spoilers if they're not going to play the game and stuff for themselves. I don't know, it just rubs me the wrong way that they're like, guys, what's the best way? What's the best way that we can show more gameplay of a game that isn't out yet, of a highly anticipated game? Why don't we give our producer the exclusive rights to play the game, to be the only person who gets to stream unseen content before the game launches? Yes, exactly, Beef. Exactly. I guess there's nothing wrong with it. I love World of Darkness. I want to be able to work with anybody in the World of Darkness someday. I did post the video on gaming. I saw it before you posted it in there. I'd already talked about it in general. No, you can leave it there. You can leave it there. It's fine. If people want to see it, they want to see it. I'm not upset. I'm not going to tell people to not go watch it. Has a bigger budget than that game? I do not. That is most certainly not true because I have very little money. On Hunter the Parenting? I like Hunter the Parenting. I'd love to work on Hunter the Parenting someday. But my setup right now isn't very good for voice acting. So I can't even be like, hey, do you guys like do auditions? Can I kind of like drop you a little something something? It's run by internet influencers and political power. That is not even close to true. Most of the world is run by people that only appear behind closed doors. Have money, time to scour the carnival for loose wallets. Listen, if I could find loose wallets, I would probably have more money than I do now pretty quickly. I like to see what they put into it. Still waiting for Hakata and Necromancy, though. They're probably not going to release it. The 6 clans that are in the game are probably going to be the only ones. Now, there are going to be story DLCs in the future, but those aren't releasing with new clans. Hi, Akami. Akami. I see what you're doing, Miss Ma'am. I see you over there. I see your ass. Digi-destined snake. Digi-destined snake my ass. Guess what? Think fast, Chucklefuck. I can dream to see how... Hirsute? Wait, what? Think fast, Chucklenuts. I'll snake your ass. Oh, my. Oh, my.
Come all and step into the macabre halls of the Dark Carnival.
Hold
And
on.
please, enjoy the show.
Had to wait for the alert to finish. Welcome in, Raiders. How is Sank a what? Snake. Snake what? Hi, Akami. Hi, Snakes. How are you doing? Welcome in, y'all. Those of you from Akamis who don't know me, my name is Mar, and I'm the ringleader of Dark Carnival. I typically play games that are dark, spooky, and terrifying. Later today, we're going to be playing Bloodlines
Look
1.
at
Currently...
you.
Hi, Death God. Thank you for the follow. Currently, we are yapping about what Bloodlines 2 company did earlier today, which I can explain in just a second, but welcome in, guys. If you want to hang out, thank you so much, Akami. If y'all want to hang out, we are making the slow crawl towards partner. It has been... can only be described as exhausting. Please help. Please help. I am tired of fighting against the algorithm. I would much rather have Twitch give me the algorithm. Yeah, you streamed for over 6 hours, didn't you? I was going to say, you were hooked on the Digimon game. Ballman Tea Time. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in, y'all. Almost 7? Okay, that's what I thought. Before I took a shower, you were at like almost 6 hours. And I remember I didn't look at the time since then. How do you become partner? What's it for? You need, basically the only thing we're missing is a CCV of 75 viewers, consecutive viewers, for 6 streams. They changed it from 8 to 6. Honestly, I would have had it if they counted the first application I sent in to them, because I had 6 streams of 75 plus. But then they were like, you don't have enough. You need 2 more. Fuck. And now we are nowhere near it. So... average on Twitch, just to explain to some people who don't understand why people want partner so much. Partner is that little purple check mark next to Akami's name. Akami's had partner for quite a while. Prior to having a Twitch check mark, you are effectively swimming upstream. Very much so, Akami. It always means so much. Thank you. I get some rage, but I don't get very many. Yes, you have a check mark. You've had a check mark for a long time. Well, actually, I think you had a check mark before I even started streaming. Pretty close to something like that. You just got rid of it. I see you, you chuckle fuck. Where is it? Where is it? Where did it go? Will someone buy Twitch to make check marks viable? Oh, God, please, no. Please. Well, I mean, okay. Technically, they are buyable. But they're buyable only by, like, corporations. You have to be like a partnered corporation with Twitch. All right, but what I was saying, algorithm wise, it is difficult to get affiliate, which only requires a CCV of 3 for, I think it's like 4 streams, 5 streams, something like that, and 50 followers. Partner requires 75, which already puts you in the top 50,000 of the millions of people that stream on Twitch. Yeah, that's before I started streaming. I didn't start streaming until I think November of that year. Should have to work for their check marks. I've seen so many times when like the shoujo launches a new person or a other like corporation launches a new person and they launch on their very first stream with a check mark. It's entirely so that they can already monetize the streamer on their debut stream. I promise you, that's always the reason they do it. You can buy monetization. No. The shoujo's not alive anymore, but they did it for like Kuro. They did it for Kuro. They did it for Hinya, they did it for like a couple others. Granted, of course, those people like immediately kept the balances, and that's usually the case. It's basically guarantees. It's basically only given to companies that, one, pay a bunch to Twitch, and then, of course, these content creators are going to be guaranteed to have the number of viewers to sustain it. But what I was saying, Twitch partner is essentially the point where Twitch goes from being like, these people are nobodies. You don't need to worry about them. If they're good, they'll eventually pull themselves up by the bootstraps. And you're basically a salmon swimming upstream. It's difficult. It's hard. You get that purple check mark. Twitch is then like, okay, this person is in our top like 0.01%. People like them. So the more we push them, the more people will like them too and be more likely to spend money on them. Gonna set it as a goal. Hell yeah. What's the song? The song that just started or the one that was before? Oh, this has been going 6 minutes. This is Scare Tale by Nightwish. Scare Tale. Tale is in T-A-L-E. For part, that's 6. They changed it from 8 streams to 6 streams. Advanced Twitch partner, the new bio meta. Oh, got you. I could check really quick. Here, real quick. Twitch tracker. We can go check our own page. Million. Go wound. Oh my God, verifying that you're human. Because you can check the percentage and the ranking that you have on Twitch tracker. So we are ranked 29,088, which we've actually gone down in rank since last we checked by like 4,000. Jesus. We are in the top 0.5%. Twitch top 0.46%. I've gifted Bear the most subs on Twitch. Really? Next one's like 80? Damn. What is even my rank? I mean, we can check. Hold on a second. Kami. There you are. You are ranked 16,174. You are in the top 0.26% of Twitch. Also, I didn't know you were followed by Giga. That's actually really cool. A lot of these other ones I already know. Oh, and Cha-Cha. Oh, I figured. That's the same thing with like mine, is there's like a lot of people that, oh shit. Here. There's a lot of people I know that are like big that I don't think really ever come around. Like Ecto's in there, Colin Kiru, Jaruna V? I don't know who this is. Jaruna V. Huh. Streamed to 30? That makes sense. That makes sense. I figured. It's also the same thing with like a lot of VTubers that are still around to this day. Huh. Croc? Croc. Who's Croc? Huh. Damn. Yeah, there's like a lot of names here that I don't recognize. Again, Cardinal Zen, I think, is still one of my funniest follows. Wholesome Homies. Those are, oh, Hayori's in. Hayori's in. Is this the ASMR person? No, this is somebody else. Oh, okay. No, this is a person I know who's changed her names like 4 times. And her design? Okay, I know. Yeah, I know who this is. I just scrolled down and saw most popular clips, and I was like, wait, I know that demon. Hiyori? Okay. Hi, Yuri. Hiyori. Okay. Used to be, yeah, Sasha's Castle, and then she had a different name before that. Oh, thank you, Piffin. Also, hold on. I need to do 10 push-ups, and then we can tell the raiders, if they're still here, about what we were complaining about. Also, hold on. My headphone cable is all, like, twisted. Yeah, Olivia. Okay. All right, let me do these push-ups. I owe 10 push-ups. Oh, shit. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right. Strongly recommend the game. By the way, I want to play Digimon, but $70 is well out of my budget. Even when payday comes, I still won't be able to consider spending the money on it. Unfortunately. Oh, goodness. Sorry, they gave me the hiccups. All right. Don't have a rank on Twitch tracker. I don't know if it's above a certain point where you don't have a rank or you have to stream like really recently. I honestly don't know for sure how the rank is like fully determined. Oh my goodness. I think I found Mountain via the lawyer doggy and been thoroughly entertained ever since. Let's go. Coming after. Well, I've already paid for it. I pre-ordered it like a month and a half ago. Whenever they like opened the pre-orders, I had the money at the time and I was like, I am getting this game. Oh, I almost never pre-order games unless it's a game that I know I'm 100% going to be playing no matter how bad it is. The last game I pre-ordered before this one was Cyberpunk. Not after the incidents. All right, anyway. For the Raiders, we were complaining earlier because earlier today, the Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2 teams, that's a fucking mouthful, I know it is. Their creative producer, Outstar, a previous lore channel for World of Darkness type lore, apparently was given permission to release a Let's Play series on her channel. She released an hour and 12-minute video today, which is only one of, I assume, many until she finishes the game. Until the game launches. So for some reason, currently, a creative producer for the game has complete monopolization of Bloodlines 2 content for the next 3 weeks. And she said she's going to release a video every week. So we're at least going to get 3 hours of the game when there's no other competition. Oh, right. Gotta pay rent to the checkbook. That is important. You do need to pay rent. All right, every one of you, it's the 3rd. Has every single one of you paid rent? About the playthrough, she's just playing till release. I don't think that's true because she's calling it like a Let's Play and they're going to do the whole thing and it's a deep dive. And she said that she's going to be releasing through release. I can pull up the video. Hold on, because I remember seeing it in the comments of the video. All right, well, hold on. Where is it? Bloodlines Discord, announcements, open video. Please and thank you. Deep Dive Let's Play, Episode 1. Okay, here it is in the thing. I recorded this episode in September and have realized the month of darkness is a thing since then. So I recorded some episodes preemptively just so I can get 1 episode per week in October. That means 3 episodes before the game release and 2 afterwards. Okay, so she's doing 5 episodes. First one contains minimum spoilers, but spoilers do start from the second one, so watch at your preferred pace. Which basically, an hour here is only the fact... They said in the Discord, which, let me see, I can pull that up real quick and read it word for word. Today's episode does not contain any parts of the game that haven't been shown on other streams of the game, but might contain spoilers if you haven't seen other playthroughs of the game yet. Who has playthrough rights? Here, Vampire... Masquerade Bloodlines. play. Let's play. We'll just search let's play. Named after him in Saints Row. Wait, what are you talking about, Saints Row? The thing is, I don't know. Okay, so Wild Gamer SK from a day ago has a 46 minutes demo. The Rad Brad a month ago, world premiere walkthrough gameplay, an hour and 50 minutes. So this is only if you've watched other content creators play through. She's still going to release 2 other hours of stuff that nobody has ever seen. Oh, and then some of these other ones get confused and start showing me Bloodlines 1. Okay. Yeah, that kind of seems to be it for people that have like videos of their like early playthroughs. Everything else is trailers or Bloodlines 1. It is Outstar, the Rad Brad, and Wild Gamer SK. Those are the only 3. And she is apparently going to have the God, that fucking thumbnail, dude. I hate looking at that thumbnail. Ugh. Why wouldn't you talk about Saints Row? Shit's good. That is very true. Very true. Regardless of how much she's showing off, this is a bad look. It's a very bad look. It feels like when you say, guys, here's our creative producer uploading the gameplay of our completely exclusive game to her YouTube. I feel like I'm going insane because it doesn't seem like anybody else has an issue with this. When is Storm Amy over? Storm Amy? I haven't seen in a long time. I don't know who that person is. Sunstar. When the corporation that produces a game basically gives the monopoly to their own employee for the enrichment of that employee, it's not it doesn't feel ethical in a weird sort of way. I'm probably bitching about nothing. I'm almost certain I'm bitching about nothing, but for whatever reason, it rubs me the wrong way. I've never seen a playthrough get greenlit before. Exactly. It's the fact that she is a creative producer. She works for them and worked on the game and then was given the exclusive rights to do a playthrough, use it as content. Yeah, it's like insider trading. That's a pretty good comparison. It feels like insider trading. She is given the direct and sole benefit of being able to monetize hongi, as in hungry. Or are we saying honky? Am I being a honky? Is that what I am? I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't doubt it. Okay. Pulling a Martha Stewart? Wasn't Martha Stewart saying tax evasion? I'm pretty sure. Wasn't it? Isn't that what she went to jail for? Then that's fine. I mean, they made the game and the game's not out. Why shouldn't they be allowed to make videos on it? Again, that's still insider trading. Okay. To other creators that have to compete for the attention of the same audience. It very much I was thinking about the same thing too, and it's like I also feel like a baby back bitch complaining about this, but it just feels wrong in some degree. Insider streaming. Oh, okay, I got you. I got you. When are we getting sheep go round on Twitch? I mean, we've lost subs. We have to hit 250. You have to hit 250 for us to get sheep go round on stream. You should know that by now. Wait. Oh, interesting. I'm at the emote. When are we getting? Oh, when we have space. We don't have space. I guess we'd have to, we would have to get partner to get more emote space. You have to hit 250. She means you alone, Ordain? Yes, Ordain has to give 250 subs. No, absolutely not. People confuse me. Oh, you're talking about the storm? You didn't know there was a storm coming? My one and only Ishman. What the fuck? The President of the United States posted an AI-generated video of the Grim Reaper walking through the White House. If I unmute this, hold on. Oh my God, they made an AI generated shitty cover of Don't Fear the Reaper. And made Russ Vods the fucking Grim Reaper in this? Life is a fucking joke, dude. We live in hell. We died in 2017 with Harambe, and we've been in hell this entire time. Right now, I mean, is he okay? Is the social being hacked? No! He posted it himself. And it has AI generated versions of certain, like, I guess Democrat senators turned into baby dolls for some reason. The Grim Reaper scythe, just rip it, just yoink it. He said, oh, fuck! He can eat shit! Well then. Ugh. Jesus Christ, we live in hell. I don't think, do I want to risk, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna risk, we're gonna go look at the White House. We're gonna go look at the, wait, they're live? Are they still streaming that weird thing? Hold on. Text truth to 45470 for updates from the White House. And they're having a press conference? Started 39 minutes ago. This is the worst timeline. Hi, Wisconsin Bear. What? They're still bombing boats? Oh my God. When did, 1 minute ago? They posted this 1 minute ago? They're still bombing fishing boats in Venezuela and posting it as if there's some sort of fucking hero? Are they announcing the new Trump coin to scam people with? Hi, Toot. How are you doing? Toot Toots. World War III is not going to be triggered with Venezuela. It's going to be triggered probably in the Middle East again. Unfortunately, though, I think at this point, it's going to end up being the US and Israel versus the world. At the rate it is going, governments are going to be overthrown across Europe in more support for their own people. That will then probably rise up and be like, enough is enough. The US can fucking eat it. About it like they did a touchdown? I'm still against any fucking person that bombs people and is just like, yeah, we did a thing. No, like I don't think fucking that is not what this is about anyway. That or China when they take Taiwan? I don't think there's enough global steam over Taiwan. What the fuck is this? Wait, they want to print Donald Trump on the $1 coin? For the 250th anniversary. Jesus, they do want a dictatorship. Oh my God. What the fuck? U.S. Treasurer Brandon Beach, not fake news. These first drafts honoring America's 250th birthday and POTUS are real. Look forward to sharing more soon once the obstructionist shutdown of the United States government is over. God, I hope they don't sign that bill today. Supposedly they're supposed to meet to see if they can end the government shutdown. I honestly don't want them to. I honestly don't. I don't think they should. I would hope that the Democrats actually grow up a spine for once and don't fold like lawn chairs. But we'll see. Trump penny would be funny as fuck. I mean, it is less than worthless. So, you know. They don't slash the education budget again. They don't want to slash the education budget. They want to slash Medicare. And they want to ban trans healthcare. They want to ban trans healthcare. They want to take more healthcare away from like people that are on Medicare and Medicaid. They want to defund essentially the Affordable Care Act, likely skyrocketing costs, as well as reducing regulations on the healthcare industry as a whole, more than likely meaning every single goddamn person in the United States health insurance is going to get more expensive. Is it time already to bully the chief? Me? Bully me? What? The drug song? Oh, do I need to get the other one? The selling cocaine in this world today takes everything you've got. Oh? Oh shit, Vapors is new top clipper of 5 views. Damn. Wait, what'd you clip? Gonna do this and cheer when Trump does it. They said that people say the same thing about Kamala. Like they would have done the same thing. No, the fuck they wouldn't have. Are you insane? Surprised no one's vandalized the White House yet? Well, you probably get arrested before you make it across the lawn. But I wouldn't be surprised if at some point that ballroom, that oh so fancy ballroom, doesn't get torched. That'll be a miracle. That'll be a miracle if it gets completely built and isn't torched within the week. Could be about a woman or addiction. Or are you talking about not Lincoln Park? I have the other one. I have Nickelback. Where is it? Just to Get High by Nickelback. Is that the one you're talking about? Oh, this one. Okay, got you. Got you. Oh, I hate this. Chat, do you want a tiny history lesson? Insanity. In fucking sanity. We're going to the screen. Yay, history! All right, chat. Before we had Lady Liberty and we had all of that in the United States had a little mascot named Columbia. Columbia was the personification of American freedom. Our sweet little military hats, the sword of righteousness, and a beautiful flag. And this is what they're using her for. Also, if you can't tell, this is posted by the fucking Homeland Security page.
Step inside
This was retweeted by the White House account and posted by Homeland Security. Here's somebody else who edited what this says. Fascism calls, join authoritarianism, reject liberty, embrace tyranny. C student best in high school, too ugly to show your face, join ICE. Fuck ICE, y'all eat ass. Nice. This is a fucking joke, dude. This is a fucking joke. Damn gravy seals. I think that's why Pete Hegseth wants to get rid of all the fat people and stuff in the military. Is because he hates the gravy seals fucking joke. Okay. Yeah, I don't think I want to keep... Oh my god, I've scrolled so far and it is still just yesterday. Why? Jesus Christ, dude. The person who's in charge of this account must be fucking working overtime. Okay. Norman Schwarzkopf, probably the most successful U.S. judge of the last 3 decades, was a bit of a chub. I am not surprised. I am not surprised in the least. Constant feed of propaganda? Correct. Correct. But I think we've had enough of that, right? Probably. Maybe. I don't think we want to keep talking about some of these things, right? Right? I don't think there's anything else to add to it anyway. At least until the revolution. And until the general populace says enough is enough. The makeup studios for the orange? Wait, he did? That's fucking insane. Vampire politics, here we come. Listen, eventually. Wait, what is this? Oh, okay, I see. The new executive terrorism thing? Oh? Can we vote for Marin for Supreme Leader? I don't know about Supreme Leader. But I don't know. I hate that politics is so fucking partisan. And how bad it's fucking gotten. Because this shit is crazy. Conservatives went from Biden's going to take our rights away, Smudge, to please take my rights away. Oh, great leader, pray. Oh my god. Marin for Queen 2020 aught. Listen. I don't want a monarchy. Nor do I want to lord over everyone as some sort of dictator, honestly. But god damn it, it really doesn't feel like people understand what's best for them most of the time. They don't want what's best for them if it means change. They want the status quo to remain the same. How many people have you talked to that's when you pitch them, we should have universal health care. Every other developed country on the fucking planet has it. Why can't we? We literally pay for both Israel and now we're paying for Argentina to have universal health care. And they're always oh, but that's going to be too expensive and my taxes are going to go up. Okay, if your taxes go up, but now you also don't have to pay private health insurance. It's going to be far fucking cheaper. Plus, you're already paying for other people's healthcare. Do you think the months that you don't use your healthcare, it just sits there for you to spend later? No, that shit goes into a pool that the insurance company decides if they're going to divvy out. It's a country ruled by a corporation. That is exactly it. Will she settle for world cult leader since she doesn't want to be queen? Am I gonna get the imposed title of supreme leader? Oh, yeah, without knowing a single damn thing about communism, socialism, or fascism. Jesus Christ. The fucking people that I have seen recently, including our own politicians, that genuinely think communism is just what you get when you go far enough right. And I don't even mean in a horseshoe theory kind of way. They think if you go past fascism, you hit communism, which is not true in the fucking least. Lord go rounds? Fuck. That doesn't work, but not the slight taxes that will work? Exactly. Exactly. We'll be able to collude with hospitals to jack up prices. Welcome to the Charge Master. Horseshoe theory and its consequences have been a disaster for mankind. Correct. What's past fascism? Theocracy? No. Authoritarian fascism. Fascism is the end spectrum, is like the end of the spectrum on the right. Communism is the end spectrum on the left, which is generally where people are like, where they think horseshoe theory comes from. And where a lot of, oh, wait, what's this? Hmm? Oh, okay. Interesting. No, horseshoe theory is not true. It is not at all, but they like to think we need a barren monarchy. Christ. Christ. Past fascism? Yes, correct. It is more fascism. It is to the point where everything, like, beyond the level of fascism that we've had previously, the theoretical extreme fascism would be like, let me think, what's the best way to put it? Imagine a tightly restricted, like, kindergarten. You have to stand in lines. You have to wait your turn to get food. You can't, like, leave your house or leave wherever you're staying without permission and probably paperwork. And there is more than likely soldiers on every corner, as well as any sort of minor dissent or wrong look could result in being executed in the streets. Titocracy, authority in boobs. What? Horseshoes? I used to think horses were huge when I played that game in gym. Oh, got you. Yeah, horses get huge. Horses have a massive range of sizes. But anyway. Wait, why is Mume trending? Why is Mume trending? Is Mume coming back? I need to know. No, she is not. Right? Okay, no. It's just a bunch of people making fan art, I guess, of Mume. For some reason. What the fuck? Yeah, the owl, but... Okay, I think it's also, because there's some weird random stuff in here. There's also some accounts. Never mind. Oh, God, I didn't want to see that. Why did somebody post that? It wasn't a corpse this time. It was not a corpse. Someone post cringe? No, nobody posts cringe. Somebody posted bodily fluids. And not blood. And that was me just trying to figure out why Mume was trending, which is even fucking worse. Hi, Bob. How are you doing? Oh, it was the jar. No, it was not the jar. It was somebody's picture of, like, the inside of their panties. And they were like, this is the discharge that came out of me today. I'm like, no! And I closed it. I closed the tab. I regret being curious why Mume was fucking trending. Yeah, vampire. right, I mean, we have an ad break starting in literally just a second. We'll do words. We'll do words today. So let me go ahead and set that up. We'll get the screen down. We're moving on. We're not going to talk about this anymore. All right, chat. Have words. I also need to go check a thing. Okay. Sometimes ignorance is a blessing in disguise. Okay. Jesus. I don't think there's anything else worth scrolling here for. Just to see if there's anything on my feeds. But can anybody explain to me why so many VTubers recently I keep hearing are making Minecraft servers? There's so many people that are just like, I'm making a modded Minecraft server. I've been working on it for a while now. I've been trying to figure out how the mods work. Blah-bitty, 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 blah. Oh my goodness. All right. Wait, what is VSMP? Hmm? What is VSMP? Is this another Minecraft server? Does SMP always mean Minecraft server? Right? Right? The yearly Minecraft fever? Does everybody get the yearly Minecraft fever subscription retention? Hey, Minecraft is good. I'm sure it is. It seems to be the thing people do, I guess. What would subscription retention have to do with it? We got 46 seconds. We'll do one more round. We'll do one more round. Shared multiplayer? Okay, okay. I just remember at some point people started using that and it doesn't really... I know, it never made sense to me for the longest time because I didn't know what it meant. Okay. But... Hey, yo, Halloween pride flags? Let's go. Let's go. Wait, this VTuber came back? Really? I could have swore I remember you graduating. Hmm. So, who follows the Mythos girls? How many of y'all follow the Mythos girls still? Who was the one that watched Clotho a whole bunch? Myth who's? If you don't know, don't worry about it. Damn, perfect. Nice. Nice. Hold on. Hold on. I need to check something. Does she still stream? No. No, she does not. Let's go check the Twitter. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Well, no, she still posts. Oh, and she's doing a debut. But why hasn't she... Why doesn't her Twitch have... She literally has no VODs on Twitch. There's no VODs. There's no clips in 7 days. There's no clips in 30 days. There's no past broadcasts. Huh. No more iPad time. Well, we're going to be opening VTM in just a second. Very strange circumstances here, but okay. Okay, I suppose. All right, I'm actually going to start swapping things or sliding things over. Let me also do a little bit of rearranging with the tabs that I have open. We can go ahead and swap over to, God, I have to Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines, because it doesn't show Bloodlines when I put in Vampire the Masquerade. All right. Now I need to move all of you over to the other monitor because this game is temper fucking mental. Wait, what does that say? Could have had the whole another... I know, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, okay? Let's go ahead and put this away. Swing over here before we jump over. Let me go ahead and open the game first. Yoink. 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 Splinky. Ah, shit, I need to go to the other side. Oh, where did it go? What? Did it crash? What the hell? I think it did crash. That's weird. Thank you, Self-Care. Self-Care's brought to you by GamerSubs. Ow. Heads up, if you're a fan of GamerSubs, we do have a code at Start Carnival. I do get a little bit of a kickback on every little sale, and it does help a lot. Like I said earlier, I'm getting my payout today because I kind of need the money. But let's see. I need to open the game again. That's what I need to do. It like opened and then it just disappeared. What the fuck? Hello? Seriously? Hi, me. That's not what I'm talking about. Why is it... Properties? Verifying? Five files failed to validate and will be reacquired. Oh, I'm an idiot! We need to open the official patch, not the Steam one. Failed to find Steam. What? Okay. Hold on a second. At least there's like multiple roundabout ways to do this. Load game. Okay, we're good. We're good. Capture is good. Hi, Weasel. How are you doing? I am Weasel. All right, what were we doing? I think we're gonna go to the Skyline Apartments. So we have no. Patty disappears. She's gold. Okay, so she's at the club at Confession. Speak with the anarchists the last round to get more information. Okay, so we need to go back and talk to them. Go back to the prince, investigate the Elizabeth Dane. Okay, so we got 2 things to do with Skyline. Or talking to some of the bums around the city. I don't think we could talk to many of these guys. Oh, you're talkable.
What? Get away from me.
Oh, the music.
Leave me.
Yoink. Oh, wait. Get with me, leave me alone. The sickness.
Oh, you do. Well, I
Are we trying here in this game? I don't think we're gonna support LaCroix.
touch you. Well, you're not gonna get them. Just get away.
Change the outlook on things. We have plenty of money. We'll do the seductive one.
Okay. All I know is that old Tin Can Bill. He's been jabbering about some kind of monster that took him somewhere and got him sick.
Tin
That's
Can
all I know,
Bill.
okay, and that's all I'm saying. Why, you can usually find him down in his alleyway, just across from that bar over there.
Okay then. Bar, alleyway. I'm guessing it's this one.
This is my stuff, man. Get away from my stuff.
That's my stuff. Get away from my stuff. Never. Are you Tin Can Bill? You have a unique model.
Who's there, huh? Old Bill can't see too good these days.
Is that you, Betty?
I ain't got no booze tonight.
Yes,
So you
I
may
do
as
know
well
that. We've
get
actually
the
been
hell
really
out
good
of
with
here.
humanity. It's not Bettyville.
Yeah, I might be able to.
Shit.
But I'm awful thirsty tonight, miss. Could you spare $5 for a man who's been down on his luck?
Sure. Have $5. That's fine.
Thank you much.
I'll go pick up some hooch.
Mooch.
All right, but you're doing it after we talk.
For medicinal purposes, you know.
Also, is he wearing a Rudolph hat?
Now, I know you ain't going to believe old Bill.
Ah, this
'cause
man
I've
is
been telling my
wheezing away
friends
his life.
and everyone since it happened.
Best helps Chunk and
You
Fat
just
Larry,
say that
obviously.
it's the hooch
Correct.
talking and nothing more.
All right.
It was a monster, you see. Monster with his face all twisted and ugly, teeth longer than your finger, and these eyes, piss yellow and full of hate. I've never seen eyes
Wait,
like that before.
what is this?
Still giving me bad dreams.
So what happens?
Grabbed me, threw me over her shoulder, took me to the bad place.
The bad place.
The dark place. Oh,
We are Toreador.
smell. Worse than anything I've ever
Also, hi,
been in.
Armia. Yeah, we're playing Toreador.
Oh, God. It was horrible. Don't remember too much after that. Blacked out and woke up here in my alley. Haven't been feeling too well since.
Must have hurt doing this. He's doing pretty good. I need to know where the monster took you.
Come on,
Hello.
let's step into the macabre halls of the Jock
Next.
Carnival.
Next, how was your stream? Did you have a good time?
Corner there.
Warhammer.
Don't want to go
Are you
back
having
to that
fun with
place.
Warhammer? We did the dawn of Wog!
Don't let the monster come
Now
back
we see
and
what be
take me
lurking
there.
in the dark. Well, welcome in, Raiders. I hope you had a good stream. Stay with me, Bill. Everything's gonna be all right. Don't worry, Bill. Somebody's gonna... No, Bill! Oh my God! Doesn't seem like there's anything else down here. Excellent. Okay. So, hold on. I mean, where did he give us the information on? Sewers near where he took his last breath is the possible home of the plague bear. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. No, Peepaw! Hi, Orla. What are you doing? Please don't eat the diseased body. I mean, we already accidentally did. That's how we found out there was a disease here. I think we're gonna go to the skyline first. Well, actually, we're right here. Fuck it. Let's do this. Let's see what we can do about the plague. Excuse me. Pardon me. Is there any rats I can eat while I'm down here? Chillin'? Hell yeah. Yum. Little Moo birthday. Aw. Aw. It's like a lot darker than the Santa Monica one. We're playing Toreador next. Y'all see the reflection in the water being oh, there it is. Y'all see that? The reflection in the water is broken. That's so goofy.
What's your pleasure? What's your fear?
Okay, that looks broken. I think that's the way we need to go, but let's go check this map first just to see where this connects to. Oh, I know that one's broken too. Okay. What is 6? Venture Tower? Okay. B 3. Nocturne Theater. C. Skyline Apartments. Oh, whoops. Here. That I'm pretty sure. This is just another access point. I'm pretty sure. Super! Thank you for doing your season pass. Holy shit. Okay, access point I. Yeah, okay, this is just a dead end. BTM, baby! No biting us poor raccoons, you're giving us rabies? I'm not biting raccoons, I'm biting rats. There's a distinction, okay? Oh, hello. Locked, interesting. Oh. Surface access. E. Laws. Got laws around here. Okay, so that was, wait, E1, E2? So E1 puts us in the public library. Oh, son of a bitch. Just wasted that. Come here, rat. Okay, hold on. So that's Skyline. That's find a donor. And then the Beast, like the Carnival of Death one that we still haven't figured out. The fan remaster of this? Me too. Me too, dude. Okay, well, I made it to the sewer, but which way did we come from? Okay, so we need to go this way, right? I mean, I figured we were gonna find. No, that's lost. That's where we walked past, isn't it? Usually ends. Oh. That's fine. We'll do frequent saves, see if we can avoid any shenanigans like that.
Red. Now.
Oh, we did go backwards, damn it. But again, I don't understand. Rat jam, rat sucker? No, I'm not a rat sucker. They're just here and they're making me blood. I figured he was actually going to be much closer to the sewer that we went into. Yum. Again, public library. I don't think we need to go into the public library, do we? Did I'm pretty sure I missed a good chunk of the conversation. There are so many more rats over here. What the hell? I'm sure they wash their necks. I don't know about that. Okay. Again, this one had its whole thing torn off. We'll just see. Rat Forte? Forte? Oh, hello. Okay. I mean, this is Skyline, if I remember right. No, this is Empire. This is Skyline. Which there has to be another way to get around here, right? Baby sale. Collide. Yeah, it doesn't seem like we can go inside the theater from normal means. Okay, let's go back to our sewer thing. Was also pretty good. The Final Nights. What does that mod do? The Peckening. I thought that said the Reckoning for a second. That says the Peckening. There's a huge one for this. Oh, really? New game story? Ooh. Okay, I missed part of the conversation. And I can't talk to him again because he's dead. Bird the Peckening? No. Oh no, not noun the verb. Not noun the verb. Okay. Pointed you in the direction of the sewers near where he took his last breath is the possible home of the plague bearer. Okay, but didn't we also have? That's more information. The wild, yeah, correct. That is the World of Darkness title formula. Don't you know? Okay, hold on. What does B go to? Nocturne. Okay, we'll check it. Because the theater does not seem to actually have any other entrance other than this one. Clan Tremere. Dreaded, mistrusted, feared, or reviled. Less corpse relevant. None of the all are interactable. Okay, this was the theater that we were at the beginning of the game. Which is probably not relevant right now. Oh, hey. Oh, interesting. Ooh. Wait, what is that? What is that symbol? I can't interact with it. Another entrance to the theater, but not going to say where it was. Also, it might have been added by a fan patch. I hit F to see if to try and feed. I don't know what that is. Also, what is this X? Is this an explosive thing for later? I feel like I'm here far earlier than I should be. Oh, you do take fall damage. Damn. Okay. Hello. Pewter. Oh, man. Another pewter. Usable pewter. Oh, no menus. The hell. Fine. Oh, can't leave that way. All right, let's go to the front, I suppose. I suppose. What? Excuse me, pardon me. Oh, shit. A beautiful smile? That's Ash's smile, though. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yeah. There we go. Woo! Okay. Excuse me, pardon me. Alrighty then. Final Nights and Clan Quest? Clan Quest mod, okay. Let me see really quick. I'm curious what these are. Notice in the title is The B is missing from BTMB. This is not accident. Final Nights is an expansion to an otherwise flawless video game built upon the success of the Camarilla Edition series of mods. And then Clan Quest mod review, the essential. Huh. Maybe we will download some other things. Adds good amount of story and reply. Ooh. Okay. But, damn it. I should have listened to the guy more. I was also reading chat at the same time, though he was talking. Fuck. Okay, so where were we? We were all the way back at I. Right? We walked past I, and I think... Did we come out of H? Yeah. Yeah, we came out of H. Plan story is the bot, full story, and other is, or fucked. It's the Final Nights. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay, seems very... I thought this would be relevant, but... Oh, space. Okay. So that's where H was. Here's I. Okay. You know what? Let's go out of I and see what happens. Oh. Oh. It's literally just tucked back here. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Again, I feel like we're missing something. Should I go do more talking to, like, I haven't heard anything. I haven't seen anything. There's just that one door that we don't have a key to. I'm trying to figure out where the plague bearer is. Because I thought we had some useful information on it. On him. Is his corpse still here? His corpse is, in fact, still here. Hi, Bill. I'm sorry. Oh, you shit yourself. Oh, no. Okay. Which one? What do you mean, which one?
Take a walk, pal.
We talked to Bill. He pointed us towards the sewer, and then we didn't find anything. Yeah, so that's where he popped out earlier. Call y'all stinky? How dare you? How's the game going? I'm having fun. We're mildly lost, but I'm still having fun. Hello. More doors. More doors that seem to be back doors to places that I can't actually go into. Gosh darn it. Ladder. Huh. A lot of space back here for it to be nothing. Are you reppin'? We're playing Toreador. Hi, Carmine. I don't know the full story, what's going on, so I can still play / stream myself. Yeah, I can. Nosferatu is your favorite? I love the Nosferatu as a clan. Kind of just wandering right now, because I feel like I'm doing something wrong. I'm looking to see if I can actually talk to anybody. No, I suppose not. You know what? We'll stop by confession. Why not? Why the fuck not? Because we have not been in there just yet. What y'all doing? Having a fight? That's fine. Have fun. The person Damsel mentioned, that was the ghoul. Yeah, we can go talk to the ghoul.
I'll scream. I knew you'd talk to me. I swear you were all like totally drawn to me. I'm surprised I don't know you. I usually meet all the LA vampires.
I hate her.
Not a lot of you out tonight, which is weird because I don't know of any parties going on.
I hate her.
No, come on. It's totally cool.
I don't like you,
I'm
Patty.
Patty.
Never mind. This is the other one.
Everyone knows me. Besides,
Yeah,
I
this
just wanted to
is
ask
the
if you'd
Skelter.
seen someone.
Okay,
His
who?
name is Kent Allen Ryan. He's a Toreador. Really good looking, dresses really well, like all Prada usually.
I don't know him, but okay. I have never heard that
Oh,
name.
Well, he's pretty powerful. He's probably like too far behind.
Yeah,
the
she
scenes for you to
seems
know
like
him.
an
Maybe
LA
you know some of
Valley
the
Karen.
people who work for him.
Too far behind the scenes. He's too cool for you, okay? Talking about vampires, ghouls, and bloodlines. Yeah. Brett Scowcroft, goodbye. All right, I'll have a go.
No, don't go. I I really need to find him. Really. Maybe you can.
We're gonna kill her,
ask
right?
Around.
Do I just fake it? Yeah, we'll fake
You
it.
are totally awesome. It just goes to show you that you don't have to dress cute or care what you look like to be a cool girl.
What?
So, where is Kent?
He went to San Diego for some business deals he had to act fast on. Oh my god, we can send her to the blood bank. Oh my god, we can send her to the blood bank. Do we send her I think we have to send her to the blood bank, right? Right? We send her to the blood bank, right? I was gonna say it resolves both of those annoying missions. We have a mission because we took what was her name? Lily out of the blood bank. We can send her back. We can send somebody else back as a replacement. In this case, I am totally fine with this being this annoying bitch. Yeah, let's go with that.
Totally.
Humanity lost. Fuck.
So, like that. I better go find him. He needs my help to do anything. Thanks again.
Okay, great. Solve the Patty problem. Report back to Skelter, and then let's check this. And then we have to go all the way back there and talk to Vandal? I'm guessing you're one of the blood girls. What about you? Can I talk to you? No, I cannot talk to you. What about you? I like your cans. Woo, baby. Damn, baby, damn. Oh, yeah. Why? Okay, we're not gonna push that one for now. You
Everybody
though.
comes in here's got to have a short house rules. Inhibition
I love
the
her.
first thing to go. 2 more of these and you'll be telling me your nastiest, dirtiest stories.
Class
I
pickup
am your
lines? Yeah,
beef
apparently.
hostess, and it's time to confess.
All these repsances? Who are you?
Venus was her name. Got anything you want to confess?
Too much.
No matter how many times I hear that line, it never gets any more believable. So what's your thing?
Did you just
Skipping
adjust
some
her own
work,
boobs?
sex in graveyards, watching the neighbor's daughter with the lights off?
Your stats are too low to be cool? What do you mean? From the trans... Okay, interesting, BJ. Actually sounds fucking sick. I mean, it actually kind of does. Not gonna lie. What does this do? It feels like this is supposed to do something.
Sounds serious. I'm going to need details, so I know whether to pour a Hail Mary or a highway to hell.
Blood bags, they're different if you have higher social skills? Oh, okay. I voted Republican one time. Again, not a sin. Disgusting, though.
Really?
Gonna go with that one.
I don't think I've got anything in this place that's going to wash away that sin. But you know what? Fuck it. Nothing exciting ever happens in heaven anyway, right? Oh, yeah? I've been waiting for someone like you to come in here. You see, I've got this situation that's got...
Wait, we get a mission from this?
I need someone to inform some people that they won't be getting paid this month. Intrigued yet?
Go
The
on.
parking lot next to the Empire Hotel. Couple of guys, Russian accents, bit thick. I need you to tell them Venus doesn't have their money. That's it.
What's in it
Drinks
for
on
me?
the house for a week.
And for
You
cash.
want cash? Whatever, I can do that. Question is, are you worth
Even though
it?
she says that she doesn't have the money to pay these guys. Yeah, I'll do it.
I expected you'd bite. Empire Hotel. Tell them I'm broke. You can run, right? Never mind. Just don't go starting any street fights, alright? These guys are connected. Anyhow, a lot of people have yet to confess to the beat priestess.
Okay, I kind of want to go get more experience so we can raise our social stats a lot more. Back in a minute. Okay, let's go see really quick.
By a what?
I don't think, I forget, there's not a way to get up there, is there? Right? Locked. Yeah. Okay, I guess it's just not relevant right now. Alright. So that's outside Empire. Let's go talk. We're gonna go into Skyline. We're gonna do the 2 Skyline things that we have. Because we have the, it's like the bounty hunter one, and then we're gonna go find the ghoul. Skyline is this way? Yeah, there's Empire, so Skyline's right here. Excuse me, pardon me. So we know the mission for the other guys is in 2A. So... Liquid Demon Seed, anyone? Talk to you? Nope. Ways only. I don't think I can open that with you standing there. Oh. Wait, did we get the ghoul's name? Who wouldn't get paid then? That's unlikely. Doing this mission as a Malk is hilarious. The one from Venus? Shit, what was the ghoul's name? Because it was this one, Fun with Pestilence. But after we talked to the homeless people. Ghoul McGhoulface? Hi, Willow! I do not know. Excuse me, pardon me. Yeah, we'll just go to the first one. Work our way up. Difficulty 4. We could technically open that. Actually, hold on. I'm curious what the scratch off one was. So we're gonna go to 4. Oh, I think I actually only clicked 6. I did click 6. I don't want to go to 6. I want to go to 4. Oh, we're on 4. Okay. Oh, a code. Interesting. All right, let's go to 2A. Afternoon, boys. This is a bit I don't actually remember. In case of fire, use stairway. Smart wording, labeling, or foreshadowing? That's a good question. But let me see here. So this is one from Santa Monica. So heard an Andrew Machine message that he headed downtown to Skyline 2A, residence of Mr. Milton. Even though Arthur has cut you loose, maybe you can get some money for finding him. Okay. 5. I think boosting will give us enough, I'm pretty sure. Peanuts! Nice. Oh. I'm pretty sure I remember this one. Hey, yo, shit to steal.
Mr. Milton, you know who this is, and I do hope you realize that we're still on for tonight. Meet me at the agreed-upon location across from the bar by the underpass. Bring your associate, Mr. Durbin, as it is a two-man job that I am proposing. With any luck, the two
Hi, Fairbanks.
and I shall see you soon. Goodbye.
Okay. Let's go look upstairs real quick. Yeah, I know that vent's down there, and we're gonna go through that vent in a second, but I wanted... Okay. Oh, damn it. I thought I could take the guitar and, like, use it as a weapon. Oh, there's another vent. Oh, okay, this was just another way to sneak around here, I think. Oh? Kendo for advanced students? Don't mind if I do. Where'd it go? Also, why can't I open this? Is it just empty? It's you. 5. Oh, man. Hello? Okay, I'm pretty sure this vent is just... Oh, uh-oh. Whew! Afraid I was gonna get stuck there for a second. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is just a vent to go from lower floor, upper floor. Yeah, there's grounds. Ah! So this will be 3. Stairs that open container. I mean, it is open, but like, I can't like take the money or something out of it, it seems. Where is Auspex? Oh, hello. What the fuck is that computer? Another computer. Let's go. Safe. Hack. Oh god, I don't think our hacking is 5. What did we... Auspex before? Wait, no, we had Auspex, didn't we? Oh no, difficulty 6. What is our hacking? 4. Big. Son of a bitch. Got 4 experience to spend. So... Haggle. Computer. 6 to level up. Yeah, dexterity. Oh, but intimidation. Okay. And then wits is hacking. So either computer or wits. But we don't have enough right now for either of those. Although we kind of do need to start considering getting some more discipline points. But yeah. We do not get enough to do that hacking. Oh, it's a shirt. Actually, hold on a second. Could there be something around that gives us the answer? Right. Phone. Interesting phone. Bathroom. Half bath. I can't even unlock it from this side. Crazy. Oh, I don't need to go all the way up here. I'm just gonna... All right, excuse me. Pardon me. We went up, right? So this is floor 3. We're gonna go down to floor 1 really quick. You can also... Oh, okay. You can sell the container. Again, is the ghoul gonna be here if we've already, like, gone past this down? Mom's best brew? What was that? Of what looks to be a Nosferatu? What the fuck? Email. Skill 4? Okay, we can do that. Oh, shit. Maybe not. Upcoming shows. Show 17. Oh. Hospital horror. A dilapidated hospital in the downtown area. This place is very spooky, minimal work required. The place is scary as hell. We'll say it's the ghost of a nurse who feels as if she still has patients to serve. Is this a paranormal investigator? Cemetery in Hollywood. It's full of actors with more than just dead careers. Again, it shouldn't take much effort on our part. This is a paranormal investigator, isn't it? Okay, hold on. Leave the pewter, turn on Auspex, email. Do this. Ectoplasm. Haunts in LA is like the greatest show ever. Totally am gonna visit all the places you talk about. Hey, you should go to that one hotel I stayed at one time in Palm Springs. I swear it was haunted. The ghost kept turning on the sink faucet. Maybe he had OCD about washing his hands or something. Haunts in LA my ass, even if there were such a thing as ghosts and shit, which there ain't. There's no fucking way a goddamn werewolf could be hanging out in Griffith Park. Uh-oh. Just who in the hell do you think you're fooling? It's not even as if we have real fucking wolves around here for it to hide out with. I hope you get eaten by some flesh-eating monster, you stupid bastard. Jesus. Are you in the bathroom? Hello? Whoa. Werewolf? Oh, no, chat. We have found a nice bookcases, dude. God damn. Camera. Hello? Hello? Apparently nobody's home in the middle of the fucking night in LA. Burger and fries, anyone? Okay then. Excuse me, we're just gonna... Yoink. Alright, this is just... Right, this is just gonna put us... Oh. This is the employee-only area, isn't it? Wait, what? Are they stalking his room? Skill 4? Okay, we're gonna have to use Auspex again. 4 digits! Apartment notes. Apartment 1. Samuel Milligan, he's on TV, so odds are footage of his... Wait, he's on TV, so odds are footage of his place will be worth something eventually. I gotta keep an eye on him. Sean Milton, he's a slob and he never really has chicks over. Some guy's been staying with him lately, so I haven't wanted to watch much. Georgia Welch, this rich broad is pretty hot. Oh, the password to her door is 9648. So maybe I'll sneak in there and steal some panties to auction off online? Fucking pervert, dude. Hi, Nightmare. How are you? I almost read your name as Nexus for some reason. Hi, Nightmare. How are you? Vacant. No reason to keep an eye on this one. 4? Paul Anderson. I thought there was no reason to watch him, but then I caught him upstairs. I'll keep the tape rolling. Hannah Glazer, the gold mine. Something hot is always going down there, and that something is usually Hannah herself. Jesus. Home. Apartment 3, safe. There's no... Okay, hold on. We gotta use Auspex. Peep? Really? Hidden cameras online. Sounds like we have a deal. You keep sending in that security footage and I'll pay you for the good stuff. That it? I thought it said there was... Huh. Why doesn't it have any... Okay, then. We're just gonna... So, this is apartment 1, apartment 2, apartment 3. And the safe was in his closet, wasn't it? It makes me think that, like, we'll have to come back here. It's for a mission, more than likely. Yeah, it's this safe. So we'll do this. So we know the safe's there. You get Chunk over here to whip this dude into shape? Yeah, he's got no respect for the job, dude. Oh, hold on. Seems the only way to get into hers is with the code.
Hi, Paul. It's Hannah.
Hannah?
To see how you are. I hope I didn't give you what I've got. I feel like crap. Actually, I need to ask you a favor. Could you pick me up some cold medicine at the store? I hate to bother you, but I can't seem to get out of bed. The code on my door is
Oh, Hannah's the one that was on the top floor.
Hey, listen, I
1203.
had a really good
Okay.
time the other night. Maybe we could do it again sometime.
Okay.
Sorry.
Somebody remember that for me.
Emily.
1203,
Okay, bye.
right? Okay. 1203. Can we? Okay, we can't just go out here. You should play it this month, Nightmare. With Bloodlines 2 coming out, now's the perfect time. Does anybody remember the other code we had for the 4th floor apartments? If not, we can go back and get it. So Hannah was on floor 6, if I remember right. I highly recommend playing this game with the unofficial patch. You got to get the unofficial patch. Hannah? 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 We're just gonna kind of walk in and try and talk to her and maybe help her. It's also weird that she asked for the person to come up to visit her. Hannah? Hannah.
Paul, is that? Hey, you're not Paul. Who are you? What are you doing in here?
Do I pretend to be the CDC? Or do I pretend? Oh, I'm a friend of Paul's.
That's so sweet. He's such a nice guy.
Yeah, GOG's comes pre-installed with it, but it's super easy to download it. It comes with an installer if you have it on Steam. You can just go to the website for the unofficial patch.
All kinds of medicine, but I can't seem to get rid of it. I feel like I got a fever and a sore throat. I'm real weak.
She's just hanging out in the dark, me when I'm sick.
What day is it? I can't remember.
Where did you get it?
I got sick from one of my clients.
Oh?
I was feeling fine until I
There's a plague going around of some kind. We're trying to figure out who has it.
She was just a woman who called.
Hi, Coco.
She found my ad in the newspaper. Usually
Oh, okay.
referrals, you know, but she
You
was
are
offered a
also
lot
one
more.
of the street ladies. Hold on, I'm petting Coco. This is important. This is important. My baby. It's my baby. All right, goofball. I'll let you out as soon as the commercial break starts. We got less than a minute. What are you talking about this woman?
Her name was Jezebel. Jezebel Locke. I'm usually
Jezebel
names, you know,
Locke.
but hers was
Wait.
so strange.
Hmm.
Can't seem to get it out of my head.
Anything else strange about her at all?
Yeah, I mean,
Let's ask.
I think so. To tell you the truth, I
Is
don't
facing
really
away from the
remember a whole
door?
lot about that night, you know.
It
Everything's
should be. The
blurry,
headboard should be
you know?
up against the wall.
I mean,
Yeah, I just
I'm not
realized that too.
usually, you know,
Why? Why is there
into women,
footboard at the wall?
But I remember feeling so attracted to her. I thought she was
Ah,
the most
another
beautiful woman
Toreador, I
I'd ever
see.
seen. Well, the next thing that's clear is when I woke up the next
The baby
morning.
does need attention. The baby always needs
I
attention.
haven't been feeling too well since.
That's why she sits right next to me.
To tell you the truth, I have other friends who've worked with her, and they're not doing so hot either, you know?
Okay, so it's this Jezebel person. Where did you meet
She had a
her?
room at the Empire Hotel.
Oh, hey, her first
remember
reason
the
to go to the
number.
Empire Hotel. Okay.
Are you sure that Paul's okay? He's not sick, is he?
Oof. Okay, do I tell her or do I lie to her? Chat, this is important. Do I lie to her? Rub her belly? Nah, she's not rolled over right now. Do we lie to her? We gotta get through this conversation before the commercial break starts. Come on. Come on, chop chop. Lie? Okay, we'll lie. Yeah, experience.
Good. He's a nice guy. I hope he calls me again sometime.
Smart detection. Can somebody allow that wherever the mods are? I don't want to alt tab from this game because I'm afraid it'll break.
I hope so.
Is it because she's gonna die immediately after? Yep, there goes. Rest in peace. Oh my god. Okay. Doesn't have a safe in here, does she? Oh, hello. Appointment book. Looks like a standard appointment. Arthur Kilpatrick. Meet Arthur at his place in Santa Monica. Remember to bring the handcuffs, the orange jumpsuit, as he likes to play lockdown at the women's prison. This guy's sick. Vandal C at the blood bank. Bring pliers and a blowtorch. Jezebel Locke, new client, responded to my ad in the paper. She has a suite in Empire Hotel. I don't know what to think of this one, but there's something about her voice. I don't know. I know. Hold on. Let's see. Offer big bucks. So I guess. God damn it. So I guess I can let it pass. Paul Anderson, an honest to God date. I can't believe he asked me out. Okay. All right. So we'll do a pause. I will give y'all words on stream. And we will be back in a couple minutes. I'm going to let Coco out and go get a little snack. Everybody deserves a little snacky snack. Oh, and the music. Yoink. Yes, Coco, I hear you, baby. I hear you. Hold on a second. All right, chat, behave. Have a good time. Okie dokie. Y'all failed at level 1. Come on. All right, y'all, hold on a second. I gotta do all this annoying maneuvering to reset everything back up because we have like this unusual setup right now. Oh my goodness. And the music. Cease, Spotify. Please and thank you. I had some leftover chicken and some prongles. All right, where were we? So we got information on Jezebel. I think that's it. I think it's all we can, Oh, uh-oh. Oh, wait, we came in through her door. We can just go through her door again. All right, does anybody remember? Actually, no, we do need to go through here. We need to go all, oh, ooh, okay, for a split second, I was like, wait, there's fall damage in this game. That's its own. Apartment notes. Apartments 4. Oh, no, what was it? Was it 3? Georgia Welsh, apartment 3, 9648. Okay. Oh, wait a second. I probably shouldn't be walking around back here, should I? Maybe? Ah, there's the sewer entrance. Okay. Oh, I'm stuck on the box. It's like, what is happening? Why am I sliding? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, we're going up to 3. Right? 1, 2, 3 we already broke into, if I remember right. This is the one that he's like, yeah, Rich Broad. We already broke in there. And we haven't checked 5, so we'll go to... That's 6 up there, so this has to be 5. Well, I guess we got all the information we needed here. Let me double check. What was the information we got from the other answering machine? Durbin and Milton to meet someone unknown across the street from a bar. Alrighty then. You know what? We'll just go out here. And we will take the elevator back down. Janky old PS2 platforming. I miss it. This was Xbox 360, right? All right, so we have a couple outside things we can do, which is... This one was harder. Which one was harder? Yeah, we don't really need the code if we already just broke in through the vents. Really just chilling there, buddy. Oh, do we need to go back to our apartment right now? You know what? We'll do a couple things. We'll do, so here's Empire. Wasn't there... What's up, dudes? You know...
Confession, bitch, send you.
Confession, bitch. That she did.
Where is money? No money?
One.
Bitch will be back next month.
Okay. Thank you, presents. Oh, what was that? Was that cop like snapping into place? Why are you standing here like this, buddy?
No, I really don't understand.
Alright. We're not gonna go inside. Let's go do this. Let's go talk to Venus. And let's get some fucking blood. Jesus. Excuse me, ma'am.
Hello there.
Okay, something tells me our social skills are not high enough to talk to this lady. Because these are completely different things. Shit. Alright, what are you doing over here? You're not nommable. Hello. You're not nommable. Alright. Venus!
What?
Pass on your message.
I can't hear you. Let's talk in my office.
Wait, are you the owner? That did not register earlier. This is a weirdly shaped office, but okay.
Well, you certainly did better than my bouncer did. Poor dear can't turn his neck to the right anymore. Already
What?
had a call from Boris. Wasn't too happy about tonight's son of a bitch. Say, how would you like to get into the club business?
Thanks, Loki. Hold on. Alright, I had a call from Boris, wasn't too happy. Say, how would you like to get into club business? It's my life
To start
dream.
this club, I have to take out a significant loan from a king bastard by the name of Boris, and every time I haven't been able to make the monthly plus interest, the bastard takes what he feels is a suitable late fee. I've got a
Oh.
club to run, so I'll be blunt. I refuse to fuck that fat misogynistic old man one more time to hold on to the club. So I need someone to eliminate him. Do this, and I'll make you a silent partner.
Let's go. Good as
He's
done,
at
baby.
the Empire Hotel. Always has a few of the fiercest bully boys standing around trying to out-sneer each other. He's got a short temper, and more than likely he's been drinking for the last 4 hours. Here, key to the penthouse level.
Okay. Hold on, what is our humanity at right now? Ooh. Oh, that's not good. Okay, then. So now we gotta go find Jezebel Locke and Boris. No, 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 no. Ooh. Hack 4? I don't think we're at Hack 4 without... Oh, we got it. Slave! Okay. I thought we might get together tonight if it pleases you, mistress. From Larry? Okay. I guess that's all that's on here. Also, what is that letter? Oh, shit! Shouldn't have done that. Whoops. Anyway... Oh, that's right. I forgot we can go do the dance thing. We can go do the dance. Get back here. Get back here. I'm gonna hold hands with Venus. Maybe. God, why is why were the heavy clothes like a Mandarin coat? Now, if I remember correctly, doesn't it take a while per point of humanity? Right? I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure. Wait, how many? 3 dancers? 3 dancers in the cages?
Here, chill.
I'll
never forget this night.
Just say, I figured it would make a noise if we got a point, but who knows? Jeanette.
I'll never forget this night.
Jeanette was the one. We already did like all of their missions though. Yeah, I was gonna say, I think this takes a while, doesn't it? Even for just like per points. Yeah, I did super. I did. That's I was already gonna get the highest promo version. So I was already hoping to get those clans. So it didn't matter too much to me, especially because I already knew we were gonna get paid DLC.
I'll never forget
and there were supposed to be clans with it, supposedly. So I was not surprised when they were like, yeah, promo DLC is these 2 other clans. I don't know why y'all are all bitching. We've known that they were going to do this for years. Why are you bitching now? Yeah, we're going to be playing it when it comes out. Oh yeah, there's always the dudes with like the latex gloves and the gimp mask. There's 2 of them. Okay, I don't think this is gonna work. All right, we're just gonna go.
Fucking mayhem, bro.
Because I do not want to sit here and just do the dance for a long time. And she moves. Look at her go. Yep. Actually, there was other things we need to do. We need to go talk to no, his name was Skelter. It's this way. Last round's this way. We'll go talk to him, and then we're gonna go all the way back and talk to Vandal. Actually, hold on. Have we finished? No, we haven't finished the muddy thing. Yeah, so we'll go talk to Skelter. We'll check across the street from the bar. And then we'll see what happens after we talk to the people across the street. I think I'm really going the long way around here. Haven't anything with the hotel yet. I don't think. I am kind of looking for some blood though. Not gonna lie. Okay, there's this. Let's go see if we can find someone to nibble on, please. Hi, Grandma. Whew. Nailed it. Just fast enough. It's like, I'm pretty sure that person's about to come through around the corner. We barely got anything from that, but here, let's go talk to Skelter. Game dance off stream? We could do that.
What's up?
Took care of the patty problem.
Ghouls ain't nothing but trouble if you ask me. It's a weakness, pure and simple.
Okay. All right, and I think the across the street section is going to be this building that we went into before. There was nothing in there. The mumbling, no, it's the CDC guys in the distance. For whatever reason, they make their talking muffled, and it's kind of funny. All right, let's do this. Oh! What happened? Oh, this is oh my god, these go one into each other. This is the Carnival of Death one.
He done tore him up, right in two, ripped him apart like a
Oh boy! Tell me what you saw.
These two guys, the dead guy and the other, they showed up. I've been living here, so I hid. I thought maybe they was owners or cops come to clean the place out.
Okay. Who was the other guy?
The dead feller called him Muddy.
Muddy's doing this?
They was waiting on someone. They were going to do some kind of job, they were saying. But the person they was meeting, well, he was late. So the one guy leaves to find the phone and call him, and the dead guy stayed. Oh, that's when the killer, that's when he showed up.
Okay, so this is a separate person.
And then he was, like out of the shadows, he come up, scared the shit out of the dead guy. I'd like to scream, but I couldn't breathe.
Okay.
The killer, he grew these claws. I swear it, I saw it. The dead guy went white like he seen the devil, and then the killer grabbed him round the neck and lifted him up and started cursing at the guy. Oh, I couldn't hear too good, Something about revenge for what he did or what they did. The killer made sure that guy knew who he was and then ripped him
Well,
open.
look
Just
at you.
tore him apart.
Okay, Fox,
He did a
thank you for the
real
follow.
soul.
Welcome
Made
in.
the guy scream.
You should leave
Okay,
now.
okay, I will. I don't want to never think about that again.
Okay, bye. I'm sliding. Why am I sliding? That was... There's his head. Oh. Here, buddy, let me take that for you. Oh, shit, pain. Nailed it. Oh, God, I just realized the aggravated damage I just took. Lucky Star room key. Ooh. Lucky Star room key? Oh, there we go. It just goes on the keyring. Lucky Star, Lucky Star. Did we... We've already seen that, I think, right? I'm pretty sure. Okay. So now... I got plenty of blood. We're good. We're doing good right now since I ate that pack. Is that an alarm? Okay, that was just background noise. Okay, so... Lucky Star Motel. Hotel. Motel, 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 motel. We haven't seen the Lucky Star Motel, have we? Right? Or is it back in Santa Monica? Lucky Star, Lucky Star. Okay, it's in Hollywood. Okay, so that's as far as we can go with that one. Port of Vandal. I was saying something about revenge. Okay. Epidemic. Okay, I think we're going to Empire. I think is our next location. Right, which way was it? I think these loop together, don't they? No, they don't. It just ends. All right. Lucky Marin Hostel? Check in, never check out, but you can't ever leave. Not the anime, not the fucking Lucky Star anime. All right, I think what we're gonna do here is we're gonna sneak in. I think we're gonna take the little hatch that's open over here. I think that is our plan. Please and thank you. Oh. Excuse me, pardon me. There we go. Oh. Okay. All right, somebody's home. They were just telling me that they were going to run errands. And there's pizza. I'm guessing today was some kind of special day at work or something. All right, what are you? Kitchen? Is there anybody in there? Hello? Hello? Okay. Closed again. Interesting. Okay, let's keep going. I don't think it's a good idea. Oh. What the heck? Huh? Did I get turned around? Or did both of these sides... I think I got turned around, right? I had to have gotten turned around. Okay, yeah, I definitely did get turned around. So... I'm kind of hoping we come across... like... Oh, this works. Elevator. Okay, we honestly have no idea where we're supposed to go in terms of floors other than the penthouse, so... Buddy?
Yes? May I help you?
Can you tell me where Jezebel
Yes.
Walk is?
Miss Locke is one of our more,
Popular.
Yes. Why do you ask?
Camera 180s when you turn. It does kind of do that.
I can't do that. It's against hotel policy.
I'm an old friend of hers, not a surprise visit.
I see. Well, in that case, perhaps I can make an exception. Here's the key to her suite. Have a nice evening.
Hell yeah, dude. Okay. Thing is... Computer. Sweets. Password. Oh, I don't think we have research for. Oh, apparently we do. Wealth, really? Okay. Albany Suite. First floor is available. Next reservation Sunday. Queens Suite. Second floor occupied. Anders Johansson booked until on notice. Manhattan Suites. Available. Next reservation Monday. Ithaca Suites. Occupied. Ashley Jones booked until tomorrow. Brooklyn Suites. There we go. Booked until next month by Jezebel. 5th floor. And then Buffalo is going to be Boris, isn't it? Yes, Boris Chekhov. Booked until indefinitely. Okay. So... Tom, if someone needs a spare key card, check the computer for the name of the suite first. Use the password wealth. Have a good night shift. Damn it. So usually there's a way you can find the things. That you can find this stuff. But it is a little more fun to just have hacking to bamboozle it. This was the kitchen, wasn't it? Yep. Is the door open? Nope. Bathroom. Oh, wait. These are openable? Why is the bathroom always possible to open? Why make the bathrooms possible to open if you're not hiding things in them? All right, let's go upstairs. White chicks are amazing. That's what I think of when I do this mission. Wait, what?
Sorry,
oh my God.
I can't help.
Can I talk to him? No. Can I talk to you?
Just back off.
Okay, bye. Alrighty then. Did I open? Oh. What are you doing there, champ? Oh, there's the damp. Wait, why is there no audio? Why is there no music? Why is it so quiet? Mind controls the clerk. Okay then. Not openable. Hold on. How much experience do we have? 11. Don't mind if I do. Let's see here. Let's level something up. What do we want to level up? Wits? I'm thinking wits. And then anything for 3. You know what? I've been trying to sneak and we literally have no stealth, so we need at least 1 dot. Because otherwise, I think we're always gonna get caught while stealthing. Okay, let's go upstairs. Oh, Jezebel. Oh. Loading screen. And it just spits us out of here. A ballroom on the 5th floor. Goddamn. Oh, Jezebel. Room 4. I assume that's the only one. Hi, ma'am.
Oh, yeah. Who do we have here? Are you a believer, little morsel? Have you come for the kind of enlightenment only Jezebel can give?
Okay, I wasn't ready for that. The way she was running at me too.
I am Jezebel, and I have.
And I see those things, ma'am. I see those things.
Little morsel. Such beautiful, dirty little things. Won't you come into my parlor?
Hep V? Isn't she the one that spreads the scarlet fever? What the hell is going on around here?
You cannot escape me, little morsel.
I really don't think I'm like...
You and I will
I think she's trying to seduce me, but I'm pretty sure I'm resistant to it.
Circle, and I will send you forth, full of the sweet sickness I carry.
Wait, what? Another cult kook with an attitude problem? All right, we'll go with that.
Yes, I follow the path of the 9th circle. Come and join me.
Oh shit, we're gonna have to fight her, aren't we?
Indulging your animal instincts until both kind and kindred lie spent upon the altar. Desire will be our truth. Desire and the death that follows.
We'll go with 1.
I cannot control my hunger any longer. Come, the truth will be shown to you as I drink the blood from your twice lifeless body.
I don't think, can we eat her?
Ecstasy.
We can't commit diablerie in this game, can we?
Little morsel, sweet ecstasy.
Bitch, bitch, bitch. Come on, stand up, stand up. We got combos, we got combos. Ooh. Did you just pull out a gun on me? Did you just pull out a gun in a fist fight? Come on. No. Okay. Ow. Ow. Ooh, okay. I thought I died for a second. Whew. Wait, did I? Wait, did I just eat her? That was strange. It had the feeding bar there for a second. And it won't do anything? Okay. No means no. Okay, I think these are just different things. All right, so I finished this one. That went well. Oh, hello. Anything hiding in here? Nothing? Alrighty then. So we had, what do you call the other end of a bug chaser? What do you call the person that wants to like infect everyone? Does anybody know? On self-defense? Okay, gotcha. All right, oh. Interesting. All right, we're going up. Yoink. Weird that it like loads all of them separately. Now, when it comes to these, oh, we do. I guess we do have the key card. Okay. There's an employee only store here. I don't think we'd have enough lockpicking for this one. 9? Jesus. Okay. Maintenance. Can I get in there? 7. What is our lockpicking? 3! Oh, man. Yeah, we need to raise subterfuge. No? Not subterfuge. What is it? Security? Oh, it is security. Okay. Yeah, so we only have the option of opening something up to 5 if we use blood buff. Oh!
Concerns that it is related to one of a number of Southeastern Asian terrorist organizations.
Hello? Hell yeah, free Mac 10, baby. Scared the shit out of me, though.
Step inside, step inside.
Jaeger5, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How are you doing? All right, so we couldn't get maintenance, so I need to go check this room.
Santa Monica tonight, sending several fireballs into the sky and prompting a lockdown of the warehouse.
Fireballs in the sky are promoting lockdown of warehouse district where the explosion took place. Okay.
Operation, and that the source of the detonation possibly came
Something.
from
Oh, that's the phone. That's the phone that's shimmering. Okay. Let's try going in.
Stay tuned to Channel 3 for further updates. Several dead at a beach house in Santa Monica tonight. Police suspect the slayings were carried out during a drug deal gone bad.
Oh, I forget. What are some of the other things you can do? Can I use the can Celerity 2 get me fast enough to be able to snap both their necks?
Many strange people going inside at
It
all
can't,
hours of
right?
the night. Art criticism or vandalism. Paintings on display at Santa Monica.
I kind of wish. I kind of wish it could.
An intruder who evaded capture by security.
You're gonna talk with your.
Estimated to be worth nearly
That's my purse. I don't know you. Anyway.
Event tomorrow night. A robbery gone bad at the Surfside Diner left several dead after the attempts by the would-be robbers were thwarted by a diner patron turned vigilante.
I don't know. One of them. What do you mean? One of them turns on straight bullet time?
Alerted by the sound of gunfire inside.
Me or them? Fuck it, we ball.
Will not be tolerated, and that the party responsible.
Oh, didn't work. Fuck it. What the fuck? Why did you stand up right away?
The ghost ship was towed into county waters off the port of LA, where police are
searching for evidence of the crew and whether the ship was being used in drug or terrorist-related smuggling. Coast Guard search parties are still patrolling the area where the Dane was first spotted, though the fate of the crew is still unknown.
Come on in.
The Southland slasher struck again, this time in downtown Los Angeles.
The body of Sean Milton, a former convict that was recently released for good behavior.
Stand up, buddy.
Similarly to the other victims of the serial killer.
Listen, maybe we don't actually need to go aim for guns late game.
Milton's prison past.
And the slasher will have a full
I knew it.
on this story later.
What are you doing, buddy?
A massive gelatinous creature
Hi, Boris.
washed up on the
Ow!
Providence, Rhode Island has scratching their heads, found by
You know what? We've made enough noise. Where is it? Where is it? Oh wow, we really don't have a lot of ammo for that.
A jogger early on Tuesday morning who said he smelled it a mile away. The mystery creature is thought to be some
There we go.
form of giant octopus.
Though marine biologists that have examined the monster have commented
Hold
that
on.
they have never seen anything
Trying to get some blood
like
heal.
the cephalopod family before. They speculate that it could be
Come on in,
from a
Boris.
undiscovered family of sea creatures.
One of my runs, I also put points in Dominate, turned off people's brains, then drained them. I mean, this is pretty good. Oh, you lived through that. Damn, you were sturdy. Oh my god, he's hurting me bad.
Without any trace of its operator.
Oh, I am out of ammo.
Cambodian officials have dispatched several military.
Hold on. Hold your horses, buddy. Dare I? Nah. Nah.
military units into the
Oh.
area to search
Oh my God.
the surrounding
Oh, works. Hi, Boris. Bitch. Anyway, give me that book. ABC always be closing. Is that a sales thing? Does that increase our haggling? Anyway, let's go snoop for some items. What are we waiting on? Oh, come on! Oh, there he goes. Now he sees me. Come here. Oh, my health! Come here, come here, come here. Oh, thank God. Nah, punch him, damn it. Jesus. Okay, I guess I picked up his stuff already. Glenn Ross reference. I'm looking at the boob window very respectfully. Whose boob window? I don't have a boob window. My cleavage is just out, baby. All right, was there another section? There's a lot of sections here. I'm thinking that we didn't get everyone, so let's do a little more healing. And I really want to check everything out. Fuji Kasekis? I don't know what that means. Employee only section. Oh, hey, buddy. Who are you? Wait a second.
Short was me. What the hell do you think you're doing?
Is this? Oh, Venus. Right? I have business.
Spit it out. I do not.
Are you
have
Boris?
a
I thought the other person was Boris. So want you out of her life?
Malinkaya Svolach, stupid, spoiled American child. I give her so much and she's.
As a fluent speaker, I hate it. We use presents, right? We're gonna use presents, right? You know what? Yeah. Yeah, if we take control of this guy, I think in the long run it'll be useful.
Make your point. That is off. That spoiled girl. She get nothing from me ever again.
What's this? Money? That's blinking red. I feel like if I take that, he's gonna get pissed at me, but we're gonna try it. I knew it. Okay. F12 bounce. Works for me. Can I check his computer? What the fuck is this computer, dude? What in the technocratic fuck is that? Alrighty then, let's go. We really do need to raise our research too. You know what? Just to make sure. I like the wallpaper. Hello. Hello. Okay. Oh. Oh. How do I don't think I can get up in there. I wonder where the entrance to that is. Hello? Door stuck! Door stuck! Okay. Let's go check the other room. And then we'll be out of here. Hello. Hello. Computer? Again, why are we finding all these like really sci-fi-ish computers all of a sudden? Oh. Oh. What did I get stuck on? Oh. Oh, I can't stand on it. Damn it. Oh well. It's fine. Not that big of a deal. If we were sneaking through here, it would have been fine, but we are weirdly a really effective punching machine. All right, let's go. Let me go talk to Venus first. Why is that green bird here? Which green bird? Oh, come on. Let me out. Let me out. Excuse me, pardon me, sirs. Oh, do I need to give you the key back?
Was there something else?
Nope. Okay. Hi, officer. Wait. Oh, I thought that was the mustache. I thought he had a mustache for a second. A sign that he's a thief? Wait, what? Who's the thief? Yeah, apparently I could not reach up, as it were. Okay, there wasn't anything else we had to do, was there? Okay, so we need to go talk to Damsel, and then... What was this one? Who was the other person we were talking to? Yeah, we persuaded Boris. Okay, yeah, confession's right here. We do be punching fast. That do be true. Having celerity and punching fast is pretty good. Okay, she's right here. I was gonna say, do we need to go up to the office?
There you are. Finished yet?
Yeah. Like,
what? Yeah, I can't hear you. Let's talk in my office.
Amazing. Amazing. Hate to see you leave, but love seeing you go.
Boris.
Oh. That is off.
I've got some money to make us. I'll hold your share of the profits. Don't forget to drop by and scoop them up once in a while,
Oh, you'll see me again. Okay. Let's go on our happy little way. Can I just jump over this? Works for me. Real quick. I want to raise our research, but where was it? Scholarship is what it is, or what is it? 8s for intelligence, or oh, research raises persuasion. Okay, we'll go for oh no, scholarship. Sorry, we'll go for scholarship. So we only need 2 more experience. Let's go talk to Nines about the plague bearer. No, not Nines. Damsel. There's got to be a faster way to get over to that side, right? If we go this way, there's an alleyway that cuts through, isn't there? Love to see you walk away. I don't know why that makes me think of the fucking Quagmire for some reason. Giggity, giggity, giggity. Okay, parking garage. Can't go that way. I don't think this is an openable door. Yeah. Okay, no, there's no shortcut through the alleyways. Excuse me, pardon me, coming through. This is B. Oh, that's right, this is a dead end. Fuck. Gotta go that way. No, gotta go this way. What are you guys standing here for? Huh? Huh? You bothering Kane here? These men giving you trouble, sir? Again, that was the place we could go into, so I do wonder what it is. But I imagine because we don't have a mission pertaining to that place, we're not going to be able to go in. Right? Probably. L'Opera. We got Half-Blood. We're still doing fine. We're still fine. Who was the other person we needed to talk to, though? Because we have 2 missions about the Plague Bearer. Strauss? That's what it was. It was Strauss. No, that's Jack. As much as I would love to talk to Jack, we do not need to talk to him right now. About Paul, he's dead.
We told him to burn the blood and go to the hospital. Said he thought he'd get over it. Men are stubborn that way. Just proves the plague bearer's gotta be found.
Plague bearer's dead.
Right on. Except we just did a second one over near the convention center. They're part of some doomsday cult, apparently. No telling how many there are, but it's open season on all these sick sons of bitches.
Is that what we're gonna find out what those sons mean? I'll start looking for the rest. Bye, damsel. Okay. All right, let's go talk to Strauss. We'll go talk to Strauss. So I guess maybe we'll run into other ones. It's a fan theory. It's just a fan theory, Lucian. Although very often there is a running bit from like devs that like to reference it. Damn it, why did I think these two were close together? Where is the Chantry again? Right there. No, we never found the plague guy in the sewers. We did not. We never found the one in the sewers. Me always getting lost in here. God damn it! Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Ooh, hello. Thaumaturgical creatures. Uh-oh. Gargoyles. During the medieval conflict with the Zemiti, Clan Tremere delved further into secret blood magic, created a race of protectors known as gargoyles. Since their inception, gargoyles have been used as scouts, warriors, and sentries. Gargoyles are monsters, vampires by virtue of blood and flesh, though through which they are created. They are no more than the detritus of other clans, given a second chance. Wait. Uh-oh. Where'd it go? Second chance to serve their Tremere creators. Christ. Unfortunately, many have wrongly come to view their service as slavery and have fled their masters in search of some delusional utopia. Most escaped gargoyles live in isolation, preferring solitude to even the company of their own kind. Homunculi, the most menial and mindless task, most Tremere create what is called homunculus. These are mindless creatures which take many forms, winged, many-legged, or otherwise. Homunculi are unfailingly loyal, but their appearance makes them a serious threat to breaking the masquerade. Okay. Okay. We did not come through here last time. Motherfucker. Don't have a conniption, don't have a conniption, don't have a conniption, don't have a conniption. Entrance. I can also see the flicker when it like reloads. How have I forgotten how I got to him before? Okay, so. It is the double doors? Oh, it is. Motherfucker.
Hello, Neophyte.
For some reason, I thought I like came to him at one point and the doors were open.
Of course.
Oh, do I not need to tell him?
What would like to know?
I guess not. I guess I don't need to tell him. More than one plague bear in the city. They will all need to be destroyed. She previously suggested talking to some. Okay, yeah, we'll go talk to the bums again. Oh, whoops. Is that a car? What the hell does that sound? Okay. Yeah, I need to find the guy in the sewer, which I don't know where the fuck to look. Like, we didn't have a key card for it. There was that door we found. Like, yeah, I remember where the homeless guy is. We'll go there. Because his body's probably still there. And we also need a little bit of blood, so we'll probably go feed on somebody. Na 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 na. There's usually somebody right schmear. Hi, buddy. Sorry, Grandma. You just needed a little bit. But yeah, see, his body's right here. And the entrance that we went into was right here. Yeah, right here. This one, right? Or is there another one down here? Oh, there's this one. Oh boy. Some tea? Use one anything? I could go for some tea. All right. We got ad break in 3 minutes. Is it? This is a different section. We're gonna get some more blood. All right, this is not the same network. Okay. All right. We're gonna blood buff ourselves whenever we find him. Pretty sure he's gonna be through there, but I want to check all of this. Oh. Still away. With spikes for some reason. Edgy, ain't it? Hold on, that is not the gun I want on too. Cause, yeah, this one is much better. Oh. Am I gonna be able to get through this? 5! Don't worry, I can get through that. That's no problem. Alright, we're not gonna open that first. Let's re-get some of our blood. Plays Nosferatu. I'm busted up that they aren't an option in the upcoming title. It would have been interesting if they did, if they went with like an Elder Nosferatu as an option. I think I'm more upset that there's no Malkavian. Yes, hello. Oh boy. Uh-oh. That's where we're looking down. Okay. I don't like this. Oh. Oh no. Does that look like something I'm supposed to be able to like climb up? Chunk? Oh!
Way down here, did you? Following the smell of entrails and rotting flesh.
Okay, why is your head shaped like that?
The bloodsucker. There's meat galore in my kingdom.
Who the hell are you?
Brother Canker, they call me.
Canker?
High Lord in the diseased halls of the dead. Look around you. The blood. The bloated bodies. The maggot-ridden mortal shells.
You kind of did that yourself there, buddy.
Signs. The coming of a new age.
You mean of the Brotherhood of the Ninth Circle?
Circle. The darkest dawn is almost upon us. Come, join us in these last nights.
I'm pretty sure this is supposed to be the Scarlet Fever from the VTN lore.
Sharing this unholy communion with our human herd.
Why are you feeding on the homeless?
We are the weak, sick, hopeless. I bring them a new purpose.
Okay.
They are the vessels of darkness, carrying the
Thank you, sir.
truth in their veins.
How much time do we have until the next ad break? Does anybody know? It's about to start any second. Because it's... Yes? Fuck. Okay.
The doors have been opened. The seals broken.
Yes, it is.
The fuck. Steps into the abyss. The terrible.
All right, we're probably gonna have to like pause and hope to God it doesn't randomly unpause.
Come, join the
Or do I dare try to beat him? Can we snooze it? Is it too late to snooze it? It's too late to snooze it.
I will show you the mysteries of our brotherhood as I feed on your flesh.
Okay. Whew. All right. We will take a break. Oh, what the fuck? No! Stop! Where's my mouse? You know what? Fuck it. Hold on. Where is... I can't see anything. Ow, dude. Okay, this is a bad idea. Oh my god. Okay. Ow, dude. I would much have rather had the other gun, and I don't know why it fucking does this. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. No, we're gonna take a break. We're still gonna take a break. We're gonna load back in. I'll pause the game. See, I don't know why it does that. It fucking closes the tab, not the tab menu, the exit menu. You know what? Well, actually, we'll leave it right here. We'll leave it right here for now. And really, what are you doing? Why? All right, we gotta close the game. Because once it tries to do a new game, it fucking... Ah! All right, music. Where the fuck is words on stream? God damn it, dude. All right, Jesus. Okay, restart. I'm gonna go nibble on some pizza because free pizza is best pizza. And I'll be back in a couple minutes. Good luck, kids. Okay. Sorry that took so long. And yes, I am gonna block the words for a little bit. Okay. A little more slide over. Raggle fraggle. I just want to make sure I click. Goodness, make sure I click that before I try to open this. All right, put that away. Oh, you just redeemed it. Okay. Okay, I'm sorry. I had turned them off because I thought they were broken. There we go. There we go. Sorry, I was enjoying the pizza. It's not fresh pizza, but it's still pizza. All right. Also, hold on. I need a drink of water. All right, let's make sure we use this. Actually, yeah. Hey, buddy. Are you ready to eat pants? Here, we're gonna stand like right here and then we'll save.
On your way down here, did you? Following?
I still have the music going. I still have the music going. There we go. This madhouse.
Doors have been opened. The seal's broken, and the final steps into the
None peach left beef. Well, there was some beef sausage on there.
circle.
It was like a half pepperoni, half sausage pizza.
They are the weak.
Do I have to ask all the questions to get him to keep moving?
Brother Canker, they call.
Yes, yes, Brother Kinker.
Brotherhood of the Come, join the
Where's my gun? Why did it put my gun away? Ow! Oh my god. Oh my god, this thing's useless. What the fuck is that kick? It's a Mac 10. Also, why am I stuck in first person? Oh, duh, because I'm using a gun. Who'd have thought? Oh, no shotgun. Listen, we can do this goofy ass shit all day, Brother Canker. I hit a pillar. Ow. Hit the pillar again. Anyway. Good talk, buddy. What is this? Oh, shit. Okay. That really does look like Chubbs. Is this Chubbs' twin brother? Is this the twin brother that was supposed to replace him? Was your shit boneless? It was boneless. It was boneless and it was good. Is it here? Can I get out here? Yeah. Yeah. Come here, rat. Poor Chunk. Yeah, apparently poor Chunk. All right. Okay, that's still way. Which means the... Wait. Do I have to jump across the spillway? Yum. Yum, yum, yum. Okay. We're gonna F9 it here, and then we'll go down. Splash. Ah, there's a hole over here. Huh, swimming isn't as bad as I remember it being a long time ago. Said Mokole. No! Do not put that curse on me. Okay, then here's the exit. Excuse me, let me in. Pretty please. Pretty please. Alright, can we go talk to... I'm guessing we're gonna go talk to Damsel. Is she the closest one? Yeah, she's gotta be the closest one. His corpse is still here. Is anyone gonna call the police? Okay. Yeah, we'll go talk to Damsel and then maybe we can go talk to Strauss. Who was your ship? Boneless? Bye, Jack. Bye, Jack.
Ugh, can't. Yeah, I seen this.
Oh, the
Pretty
building.
sure I've
That's
seen it
right.
around
We got
here
the
somewhere.
symbol. It's the building.
One of the buildings, I think.
Look for it. All right, we're going to that building then. Okay. Picking between who of the two? Oh, got you. Okay, yeah, we're definitely reporting to Damsel. All right, and the building's around here somewhere. Because I know we've seen it multiple times. We tried to go into it. Oh, I'm sure that's totally normal. Yeah, we had to come in through this side door. And there was nothing inside. Oh. Oh, right, the enlightened guy.
You enlightened yet, sister? I see. Welcome to the Brotherhood. The bishop will see you upstairs.
Okay, then. What the fuck? What are you doing?
Hey, did you get summoned? You're going upstairs to see the...
Why are you studying like that? Once you do one, the other is out. I figured. Yeah, we're probably going to do the Anarchs. Hold on a second. Okay, sorry. Had to play with my hair for a second. This dude is a twat. It's okay. I did save just a second ago. Summons?
You're new to the Brotherhood, huh? Just got enlightened. I've been here.
I'm kind of scared about what she's feeling with the way she's breathing because she's not stuttering like she has a stutter per se.
And then you go up.
She's stuttering like she's got something in her pants.
Up to the temple.
What goes on up there?
I don't know. I mean, I hear things, but I haven't been summoned. I had a friend snuck up there a few days ago. Said she saw things.
Okay, then why are you still here?
Bad things. Yeah.
And I'm guessing by twat you mean that he's gonna be like hard as fuck?
Blood. She said, blood everywhere. She
Wait,
saw
is
you at
this
the summoned?
Okay, I think I have an
Tried
idea of what this is.
To talk to them, but they just stared at her with these woo blank looks. You know, no, one of them started reaching for her, and she ran away.
Maybe the Brotherhood isn't all it's cracked up to be.
I know. The bishop said we have to shed our earthly fears on
Okay.
the journey to the ninth circle. But I'm
Maybe it is
scared to
stutter.
go
I think she actually does
upstairs.
have a stutter.
I just want to go home. You know, I want to go home.
I have something that'll ease your pain. Can I feed off her before I go into this fight? Is that what it's offering me? Should I? I think we're doing pretty good on blood. I think we're only like 2 points down, right? You know what? Yeah, we'll just go with that. Yeah, I think that's an opportunity for us to feed. That's not where we're going. I guess we're just taking the stairs then. Darkness?
Well, look at you.
Shut up. Momoka moving. What the? Are you aggressive, budding? He's definitely seems like he's on me. Do I hit him or do I try to go around him? Okay. Hey, buddy.
Well, look at you.
Okay, good talk. All right, we need to do the other thing, though. Did we get enough experience to raise... What was it? Scholarship? Yeah, that's what we wanted to raise. Excellent. More persuasion! Actually, did we get enough research from that? I don't think we did. Doesn't that only put our research... Oh, it does put our research at 5. Okay, hold on. Melee has to be at least 2. Oh, why does the research have to be... The anti-disestablishmentarianism. I thought all of these said 5. Damn it. Well, then. Oh, that's still one of the morphine bottles. Huh. Huh. All right. Our melee is not 2 because we're not really using melee. Oh my god, why are there so many of y'all? So these are the... These are like, these plague bearers. Oh my god! Did I just punch her into bits? Oh, what the hell? I punched her into bits too! Oh, Jesus! Wow, these guys are fragile, man. I see where Eleanor gets it from. Oh, there's more. I'm gonna do a save there. I hear. Oh, hi, there's one. Oh, Jesus. Jesus. I feel like some of them are just like intended to do that. Oh, wait, are they spawning in? Ow. Illegal. Okay, yeah. I'm pretty sure they're spawning in. Don't like that sound. I can't figure out either what this game is doing with its, Hello? Oh, was this a section that we just walked past? Yes, it was. Okay. If Elle punches someone into bits like that, then we gotta throw her on the front line? Listen, at the rate we're going, if she raises her strength and gets like more forces, or even then just like a really long ritual cast. Also cannot figure out in this game when these things are just, when like NPCs are just gonna get up slowly or when they're just gonna like snap into place. Do we want to drop down there? I don't think we do. I thought we wanted to go up. Do we? Do we in fact wish to go down? That's where we snuck through. Okay. Yeah, I think we do actually want to go down. Hi, guys. Thing is, though, is I think these guys are fragile because I'm just dealing I'm dealing more damage than I did before. I don't think these guys have any soak. What did I just hear creak? Yeah. Alrighty then.
Welcome, sister.
Oh, I should have saved before I walked in here.
Enlightened. Are you searching for something? Do you seek the truth?
Can I just punch this man to death, or do I need to get out the gun and do the celerity
We've got
thing?
more truth here than we can handle. Yeah.
Oh, you're a poet for Bambina? She's a Toreador. Who the hell are
They
you?
call me Bishop Vic, Shepherd of the Damned, your midnight guide through our last days here on Earth. Do you feel it, sister?
Oh, he teleports? Okay.
The curtain being drawn back at last, drawn back by my hand, by the Brotherhood of the Night.
He does have a pretty good voice. Talking about Gehenna?
Gehenna, Judgment Day, the apocalypse. Oh, again, sister, you are too indoctrinated into.
Has it been 5 minutes since the eyes? Also, Bouncy and Fly Away, thank you for the follow. I'm sorry I missed you. I'm following.
No,
Must have just not heard it.
and terrible gods who watch over
Also, it's definitely been 5 minutes since the eyes. It's been 20 minutes since the eyes were dim. I don't know why they didn't turn off.
What about the disease that you and I both carry? Our flesh.
What do you mean he's the
is
is he a vampire? Oh, he does have the fangs.
Feeding on our brothers and sisters like so many cattle. What god watched over me when that demon tore into my neck and made me into this monster you see before you? No, sister. There is no god who would tolerate such a thing. And so I have become God.
Buddy, you're a pudgy dude with a couple tattoos and for some reason shoulder pads.
Bring about an end of my own making until we have all journeyed below into the ninth circle.
But how did he get this illness? Two.
The time for words has come and
yes,
gone,
we did, Vapor.
my sister. You and I will take those last steps together and see what truth lies behind the curtain. Let the night fall forever on this cursed earth, and let the fruits of my labor bring a long and bloody harvest.
We need a tongue toggle. Just think, well, I can't really talk through the tongue toggle. I know we can work this out. Okay, no, we can't. So let's do. I'm gonna be back on my celerity bullshit. I think. Methinks. Ow. Actually, you know what? I think... Oh my god. Okay, so he takes no damage from that. But he also moves like he has celerity. Also, I would much rather if... I don't know how do I change the, like, selection for the ones that I want to use more of? Fuck you, dude. I wanted celerity again. Where is it? There it is. Jesus, dude. Ow! Okay, it seems like it's not worth, Ow. Yeah, that's him using celerity right there. Ow, dude. The thing is, I'm dealing, like, no damage to him. Dare I? Dare I? We're about to use the sword. Thing is, he hurts me more than I hurt him. And I can't, like... I wonder, can I fight these guys? Oh, they do have blood. And I immediately get roasted and toasted. See, why is he so much sturdier than I am? What is there's not a dodge button. Oh, I did not mean to crouch like that. No, goddammit, stop the combo! Move! Oh my god. Oh, hi. But see, he's like... He doesn't stagger. I feel like I should use, Fuck, I'm gonna have to go through the hallways again. I know I am. I need to save before I open the door. It's called the Crack House. Amazing. Cast forces to convert potential energy to kinetic to boost your punches. That's one of her spells. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Go ahead, stand up. Oh, of course I'm gonna get sick. That's fine. Makes sense. Oh, that's not a direction to go. Okay, this is the hallway where we can drop down at the end, right? Okay. Also, there's a ring right there. Did not notice that before. Was it this way? Was it this way? Was it this way? Okay, there's the door. We'll get through this. We're not going to open the door. And we'll hit an F9. Okay. I think... Again, how do I change what weapon I want to pull out? Melee combat requirements? Oh, is that why I'm not dealing like so much damage? Oh wait, what is my unarmed? My melee combat is only 2. Christ. Christ. I was gonna say, they were still making noises. All right, let's do this. Hi, buddy. Let's get through this, please.
You talk of no. The time.
Motherfucker, eat shit. Yeah, using this we get like a decent amount more soak. Except we're not dealing enough fucking damage! Again though, he is dealing damage to me while he's staggered. Skipping gym day as a vampire? Yeah, it feels like it's almost, I think it's more worthwhile to punch him, maybe? Instead, just use blood buff and then just punch him. It's gonna move on, Vic.
You no. The time.
Come on, Vic. Ow. You fucking slut. Yeah, that's more damage. It's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to heal. Where did blood heal go? Here, bully him, use presence more often to lower some of his stats. That is not who I was trying to hit. Vic, where did you go? Oh, you're way over here. We're also out of blood, so... I'm trying to see if I can force myself to frenzy, and I can't. I fucking can't. What is going on? Like, using guns is basically not worth... Well, I don't think his zombies respawn, so... Hold on. Go back. Options. Keybinds. Holster weapon, last weapon, ranged weapons, F2. But why is it when I hit 1 or 2? Hotkeys, 1 or 2. Hotkey, 1 or 2. Hotkey, 1 or 2. How do I know what are set to each hotkey?
Well, they come. You no.
Fuck you, Vic.
The time.
Then really quick, because it makes us do this. I think we're going to try to play this nice and slow. Okay. Vic! Again, though, I don't know why. His reflexes are so good. Okay, this is going a hell of a lot better. Hi, Vic. Hi! Again, it pulls out the wrong fucking gun. That is, how do I get it to select it? Enter? Nice. How you doing, Vic? Where is it? Bloody hell, that's what I wanted. Just cheese it. Just what, tinnitus? Yeah, it's loud, isn't it? It's loud in my ears too. Jesus, dude. Take some damage. Fuck you. Yeah, you're the one that's sick. I'm playing the long game here. Come on, Vic. I'm out of ammo. Damn. Oh, darn. Whatever will I do? Oh, well. I will literally cheese this by fucking pixel. Hi, buddy. You know what? Actually, come here. Bitch. Hate you. Anyway. Save. Oh, there's still somebody over here. Excuse, sorry, man. Had to punch you into undeath, apparently. All right, so I guess we just go out. Hello. Oh. They're all gone? Oh. Yeah, I quick saved after the fight. No witnesses! And they're all gone? They all ran away? Okay, good. Wait a second. Yeah, okay, this is the exit door. Excuse me, pardon me. Quick save again. All right, let's go talk to Damsel. That's not for Damsel. I almost walked into the fucking chantry. Hello. Okay. Load-bearing cult leader? Yeah, apparently. They wouldn't have let you do it? That's true. That's true. All right, Damsel. Do you like me yet? Will you be nice to me now?
Ugh, candy.
Nope, not a chance.
You killed all of them? You. Huh. So I guess you want me to thank you or something?
Yes.
Damn it. Thanks, okay? Well, cool for now, but just don't go bragging to everybody about it. Righteous. You know, you just may have an anarch soul. I'll let you chew on that, Cammy. Some of the boys might have overheard our conversation and gotten the impression I've gone soft.
Just give us your hat. I want the hat. I want the hat. Do we dare go for 2? 1 or 2? What if I said I'm sick of LaCroix? We've barely done anything for LaCroix, which is even funnier. But do it. Okay, yeah.
I don't know. You seem pretty tight with Nancy Pants up there.
Nancy Pants. I'm playing him. Is that something I want to admit in here? Do I want to admit that right now before I even go after the Incarnate sarcophagus? I was gonna say, we owe him nothing, but the question is, if we admit that here, is it gonna screw us, like, effectively immediately? That's what I want to know. I wonder. Nah? Alright.
So, you really want to help us out? Stay close to LaCroix.
Thing is, like I said, I haven't played through this part
Keep an eye on him.
since,
You hear anything spicy?
God, I don't know,
come talk to me.
2008?
Don't advertise. For all anyone in that tower
2010?
knows, you're still a worthless, bootlicking canny do-girl.
Okay.
Cool. With someone on the inside, we should be able to eject his candy ass a whole lot sooner.
Candy ass.
Keep us conscious, Candy.
Alrighty then. Wait, does her shirt say Troika?
Ugh, fucking cannies are
Amazing. Amazing. Actually, hold on. Can we talk to Nines? What do you have to say, Nines? Nope, nothing. You don't want to talk to me? Okay. What about you? Okay, no. That's he was just going to give us more information. Okay. What else do we have right now? So, report back to the prince. And we can, okay, we can report back to both. We can go back to both. Easy peasy free experience, baby. Good night, Ordain. Sleep well. Sleep well, don't die. Okay. And then I kind of want to check the other missions that we still have left over from Santa Monica. Because we still need to go back and talk to Vandal. Yoink. 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 Strauss!
Hello, neonate.
Wait, no, it won't let me.
Of course.
Oh, okay, there's where the option is.
Impressive, young one. What exactly was the source of the epidemic?
I've got a tiny baby checking you out. Kitty! Aw, Kitty! It's blood cults.
Tell me of this so-called bishop.
You wanted to bring about the end of the world?
I see. That end may very well be upon us.
Let's go!
But to business.
Your feet hurt. Were you working all day? Working hard or hardly working? You were definitely working hard. You're working at a hospital.
I can give to you.
Can I get a wheelchair?
Yeet. That might be of use
like off a cliff?
Future. If that does not interest you, I can compensate you with hard currency. You decide.
What does the necklace do? Is it just a tracking device? Is the necklace worth having? Or should I just take the money? Anybody know? Or is it a spy device? I feel like Strauss would put a spy device on me, wouldn't he? Not believing a hidden Kate and all that. But they still may think that there's like a version of the end of the world. Don't money? Don't money. Or are you telling me don't take the necklace, take the money? Take necklace from free? Boost charisma, you say?
A wise decision, neonate. True power lies
okay.
not in wealth, but in
don't dead money inside.
You. I hope this object serves you well.
Bloodstar is what we got. Where is it? All Kinsmen have the innate power to push through undead bodies to the height of mortal capacity, but only for a moment and at a dire cost of blood. This Eldritch Talisman was crafted to boost this ability. Blood buff has twice the duration. Let's go. Let's go. All right, we're going to Fat Larry. Larry. Oh, Larry. Larold. What was it? He's in the alley next to Confession, if I remember right. Okay, yeah. We'll go stop by and talk to LaCroix. Just so that actually, nah, fuck that. fuck that. We're gonna go to, Fat Larry. Oh, Larry! There's confession. Yeah, listen, double duration on blood buff is really good. Oh, hello. Oh, this is where y'all had the street fight. That's right. Also, where are you going, ma'am? Anybody back here? Anybody back here? Hey, buddy. You picked a bad time to walk into this alley. Are you going? We keep walking? Good. Okay, bye. All right. Larry! How you doing, handsome?
Say now, Wonder Girl, seeing the kind of commando gear you been stocking up on, you ain't just using that stuff for keeping the neighbors away from your shit, is you?
You want some of this? No. So?
Wow. That's your business, okay. I just figured somebody with a shopping list like yours might be up for a little action, Czar.
Oh, you got a job? I'll do a job for you, baby.
Yo, I need a hardcore pimp killing Cleopatra Jones for a supersized skull. Straight up Foxy Pam Grier style. Still with me?
You have my attention.
Here's what's going down. I got a tip that the Chinatown Tone
and
some local
we
boys
haven't even got
to
to Chinatown yet.
Nearby parking garage to carry out a business deal.
Oh.
Now, I can't tell you what they is exchanging, but let's just say a certain client of mine is ready to drop some Uncle Sam-sized bucks to acquire what's in briefcase number 1.
Oh yeah, we'll do what Big Larry needs.
Not only give you a cut, but I'll roll out my special stock as well.
And we'll get new shit from him. Hell yeah, dude. Ooh. Okay, we'll try to seduce him.
Baby, why you gotta shake me down like that? If I hadn't just got my foot out of gas, I'd do it myself, but yeah, it's got to be that way. Fine. You got a discount. But only after I get the briefcase.
Hell yeah. Deal.
Yeah, that's what I like to hear. Now, if you're the straight-out hard-boiled Terminator type, I'd suggest you buy some heavy firepower before you roll up to the
Listen, there's two characters in this game that are absolutely lovable. It's Fat Larry and it's Chunk, okay? Show me what you got, baby. That is Mac 10 ammo, which I don't really care about. I do want a bunch of Glock ammo. Sell that. Sell both of these. Might as well sell that. We're gonna keep that photo, but we can go to this. Oh no, we can't sell the bail bonds. Is it worth selling the morphine now? Can we sell this morphine now? Do we need it again? Do we need it for anything else? How much does the knife sell for? $5? Eh, it's fine. Random purse. Wait, that's Janet's purse, isn't it? Oh well, he has 2 fire axes. Let's see real quick. 42. He doesn't sell shotgun ammo? Oh, there he is. There it is. 17? All right, we'll get some. All right. So now we got to do shit for him. But real quick, what do we have? Traffic, Fat Larry, business extraordinaire. Want you to acquire a briefcase before being exchanged between Tong and a local gang. The exchange will take place in a nearby parking garage. Get the briefcase undetected if possible. Okay. And then we need to go talk to Vandal. Okay. Yeah, I think the carnival one is still like progressing. Okay, so parking garage. Which direction is that? Isn't it? It's this way, right? Oh, it's this one right here, right? Oh, it's open. Oh, interesting. Excuse me. Dun-dun-dun-dun. Dun it, dun it. Oh, of course it's loading. Okay. Level 1. Oh, we should do a quick save. Buddy, is that you? Oh, okay, there's a... Oh, hi! The way I've been trying to do these sneaking missions, I'm not gonna lie, I keep thinking, I kind of miss not picking a character that had obfuscates. Who won the fish game last month? It was, oh shit. Beef? Was it beef? I think it was beef. Can I just... Nope. Okay. Celerity. Yoink. All right, boys, come here. That is so rude, sir. Thing is, how am I supposed to sneak past them? Ow. Also, why do 3 of y'all have wooden baseball bats, dude? Two of you got guns, eh? Active cell, leave no survivors. New objective, leave no survivors. Oh, hi, where did you come from? Is he gonna come running around the corner too? Hi, guys. Give me your ammo. Please, thank you. Hey, buddy. I punched the wall. You know, maybe we should have just played Bruja.
Freeze, motherfucker!
Uses a stick to kill. Oh, no. All right, hold on. I'm gonna snoop around a little bit. There's a bunch of ladders here. Oh, that is not what I wanted. Can I not? Is it not gonna work? Okay, so there was a way to sneak in, I guess, through the rafters. That's fine. That's totally fine. All right. Won the VIP again? True, he won the VIP, but fucking Sunstar won on his own.
Too quiet. I don't like this place. Night seems haunted.
There we go.
Don't you feel
Okay.
like something's here? Like we're being watched? No. Hands on the back of my
There's something here. It's me. I'm stalking you.
Swear.
Don't think about it too much. There doesn't look like there's a ladder here.
No,
Hey, buddies.
don't go telling Johnny I was nuts. I'm not nuts. Annoying.
Jesus, guys. Okay. So that was only just kind of like a skip over thing. Oh, hi. Goofy. Sunstar's throne, yet one day fishy rival. Yeah, y'all are gonna have to do a lot of fishing to beat Sunstar. Ah, shit. And everybody's set off. Okay, come here. Stand up. Come on. My god, that's we're shooting each other. And I am actually getting decently hurt. How high? Oh my god, I am really hurt. Ow. Ah, god damn it. I need to start, I'm gonna have to start scum saving. Which, like, I don't know how you're supposed to like sneak your way to wherever the first like ladder is right now. Like these guys just seem to be standing here. Come here. Really? Why am I being slowed down by my own celerity? Where are you running to, bud? Come here. I need your noms. I can, but the thing is, all of them are walking in pairs. Every single one of them is walking in pairs. Hey, buddy, come here. Oh, it is ad break time. All right, hold on. Okay. Let me see. Motherfucker! Okay, so for some reason in this game, Windows key apparently does the same function as enter. That seems to be the case. All right. Let me get your words. All right. I'm gonna go nibble on a slice of pizza. I'll be back in just a minute. Pizza, pizza, pizza. All right, what I missed?
Well, look at you.
Hello? Jinx, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. All right, you have failed, chats. You have failed me for the last time. There will no longer be iPad time. No, I'm kidding. There will no longer be iPad time. You disappoint me so. You disappoint me so. Welcome in, Jinx. Also, Kyle the Ghost. Apparently, I completely missed you too. That was 30 minutes ago. Jesus. All right. Put you away, bring you back. All right, where were we heading? Oh, right. Oh, wait. No, there was one guy around here, wasn't there? Ah, I have the hiccups. Is there not? Ah, Jesus. Oh, there he is. Come here, buddy. Okay, that's Funk. Oh, it's two of you. Ah, you just shot your own buddy. Oh, there's two of you here now. Okay. Hello? Where'd the other one go? Oh, he's running down there? Oh, shit. Okay. Really? Fine. Fine. I hear the music. I hear the music. Give me a second. That was weird, but okay. I have to alt tab. I have to alt tab to do this. Yeah. Okay. Save. Oh my god, it feels like we're so slow, dude.
Quite. I don't like this place. Night seems
Small part of the bigger world, and I love that. Yes, I have. Vapors. We were talking about that literally earlier.
be watched. No.
Shutdown extended. Government shutdown. Let's go. Let's go. Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
What's the word? Nervous? No.
Okay.
Okay. Don't go telling Johnny I was nervous. I'm not nervous. Annoyed. Dick.
Thing was though, it's like these guys were walking here. They're out of sync now, which is weird. And then there's a whole nother two guys that were over here. Yeah, there they are. Also, we never checked. Don't we have a bunch of experience? Oh, we only got 4. Beats seduction, stealth? Yes. Right? Right, we kind of need it. Or... You know what? I do. I want more stamina. I want more stamina. Okay. Some lady comes swinging in, blasting Careless Whisper, and starts beating everyone to death. Listen, it'd be hilarious. Okay. And go do a little bit of yes. A little bit of this, a little bit of there. Okay. Save. Yoink. Oh, son of a bitch, dude. That guy's totally gonna see me. Crazy. They're gonna see me as soon as they turn around, right? Oh, okay. I mean, I think we're supposed to be like in the dark, so that's fine. Works for me. Works for me. I'm fine with that. Okay. Let's do a little save here. Thing is, I think it's like it's doing the like in the light versus in the dark type stuff. Oh, hi. Okay. Okie dokie. That went well, I think. And then it's dark as shit down here. So we just keep doing the same thing. Oh, not going the direction I thought it would go. Wait a second. Wait, what? Oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, I clicked the wrong fucking thing. Sneaking accidentally clicks presents. That's hilarious, dude. Okay. It was the other guys we snuck past that were above us, so we're good here. Oh, I can actually kind of hear them. That's kind of cool. Because you got shot and didn't tell anybody. Oh, what the fuck? Okay. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's totally fine. It was just the wind? Yeah, just the wind. Okay. Oh, there's a guy right there. Are you serious? Oh, there's the ladder right there. I don't know. Can I get to that ladder? Okay, apparently I can. This game's like, I guess because of its graphic engine, doesn't do a good job of differentiating light and dark. So I'm just kind of getting away with the dumbest stuff, even though it seems like really bright to us. Which may actually just be conveying like how well a vampire can see in the dark. I have no idea which direction we need to go. Oh, hi, buddy. Oh, hi. Oh, son of a bitch. I went the wrong fucking direction. Excuse me, I'm just gonna go right on up here. I can't go right on up here. I would like to keep going up the ladder. Excuse me, pardon me. Don't mind me. I got like turned around, got confused. Now I just fucked it again. Chinese language. Oh, they definitely know where I am. Chat, are you doing okay? Also, why do I... Radical, I guess. Okay. I'm gonna jump down here. These guys are still gonna be aggroed, aren't they? No, apparently not. Let's see if he notices me when he turns around. That's incredible. Are you serious? Stop fucking sneaking. Ow, dude. It's behind me. God, the Mac 10s in this game are useless, dude. I hear somebody. Who's shooting? Oh, it's you. I'm glad you were just kind of hanging out here for me, bud. Okay. Smack. Just smack his hands. Wait, did y'all lose me? Where are y'all shooting at? Each other? Hi, guys. What the... You know what? Quick save. I'm trying to bite him to get my goat man teeth. Am I watching the world's dumbest gang war? Huh. How did that work? Come here, buddy. What are you doing back there, champ? Listen, I'll come get you off that car. You don't need to worry your pretty little head about it. Where'd you go? Oh, there you are. Smack. Smack, 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 smack. I think that went well. Thank you for the briefcase. Do I need to run all the way back upstairs now? Is that really what this is? Can I take the elevator? No. Damn, they really didn't make a shortcut here. You have to sneak all the way back down here and then sneak back up? Jesus, without obfuscate, that feels fucking impossible, dude. Oh, that's a knife and bat. Gun. Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say, we seemingly just have to kill everyone. Which kind of seems like maybe all of them just came running after I engaged that bottom floor. Quick saving, quick saving. Dominate and kill always works. We don't have dominate on this character. We'd have to be Vintro. Okay then. I think that went fantastic. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we have lived the no witnesses life. Unfortunately, this is seemingly a mission you can't talk your way through. I would have really liked if I could have just like talked to them and been like, can I see Mr. Tong and like all that jazz. Okay. We're going back to Larry. Oh, Larry. Larward. Lyrthany. Nah, then where's the fun? I mean, it is fun to like be able to talk your way through things. Especially like, okay, so a TTRPG, like Vampire the Masquerade, the purpose is not combat. Almost all of World of Darkness is not meant to be combat, except like Werewolves the Apocalypse. The goal more than often is to fucking just talk your way through. A briefcase, baby.
Outstanding. Pass it in, girl. Yeah, that's beautiful. Everything looks in order. Somebody somewhere got to be pissed off by losing this.
You can say there is fun in, like, if you make a character that's high in social standing and you can just talk a person through their
Peel
stuff.
off a few bills for you. I'll just drop this off
Through the wall
to the
and
new
steal
owner in the
stuff?
morning. Then
Hey,
I'm
listen,
gonna give me
maybe.
a big old steak.
Hey,
Not that domestic
$500,
stuff neither.
baby.
I'm gonna order up 32 ounces of Kobe beef, the expensive shit. You wanna come? My treat.
Plans for tomorrow, excuse me, when it eats. I think I'll hit the zoo instead. Nah. All right, what you got?
Baby
You got the good stuff
girl,
now?
You know.
Do some shopping. Damn. This dude gave me money just so that I would have to buy the anaconda from him, didn't he? That's exactly what this is. It's a fucking stick up. Yeah, sure. Okay. Sell the baseball bat. Melee 2, research 6. $30 for the blood star. That's not worth it. That's a knife. All right. Contact 9s. Okay, we're gonna go talk to Vandal. So we need taxi, which I'm pretty sure is around the corner this way. A number 6 with extra dip. 2 number 9s.
Need a ride?
Yeah. Santa Monica, baby. Also, we need to go check our email. Oh, hello? What the fuck? What? Huh? Hold on. Now we go talk to Larry again. We didn't save after talking to Larry. The fuck was that? I'm so confused. Did it just like spawn me on top of a cop and I like pushed him or something?
Yeah, that's. I'll just drop this. Baby.
Gimme.
Signed, sealed, certified. Yo, koala ears, lazy eye hammocks, and dwarf saddles. Yo, I got dinosaur eggs. We don't know what kind.
You got what?
Yo, I got
Spawning inside a cop becoming illegal? I don't know. Couldn't tell you. Really could not tell you.
Right up. Check it out. Step right up.
All right. Let's save. And then we're gonna go over here. Yeah, I don't know why. All right, we'll do it. We'll save right here.
Need a ride?
3. Santa Monica.
What's the hops, bro?
Okay, see the cop like spawns right here. But I don't know what the deal was. Maybe I like spawned into him and it dealt damage to him. All right, we need to go to the medical clinic. Go, yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna just kind of assume that. Actually, we'll go this way. And then it was down here. here. Where do I find Vandal? Vandal. Vandal. Okay. Where's Vandal? Ma'am, can I talk to you? Oh, okay, she won't talk to me anymore though. We've already basically...
Nice night out, huh?
Hello. Hello. I can talk to you.
But you're going to have to wait outside like everyone else. No exceptions.
Huh? Oh.
Get out of here. Can't you see I'm with a patient?
Guess you don't care if your wife finds out? Ooh.
Trying to blackmail me?
Well,
You
look
don't know
at
who my
you.
wife is. She wouldn't believe you. Now get out.
Looking forward to that message from Paige to Trina at SOL.BTM.
What do you want?
Ooh. Akanor, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. $75, that's it, really?
Deal. But I'm in the middle of something. I'll have to drop it off later. Now never speak to me about that again.
Put it somewhere in your office, doctor. I'll collect it later. Damn. Yoink. Dr. Malcolm. Okay. I guess after a load and I come back later, I'll be able to find it there. Where the fuck is Vandal? Where's Vandal? Just staying in our spawning zone either. Listen. It's fine. It's fine. I really thought Vandal was going to be like down here. Don't know why he wasn't. Really don't. Yeah. And let's go to the blood mic, report back to Vandal. Where is he? What are you doing, Chivo? What are you hiding behind yourself there? Like, I actually really thought that he was going to be in here. Hello. Okay, I doubt he's going to be in any of these. Hello. 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 Yeah. Ignore the goat man. I don't know. He's kind of bleating everywhere. That's laundry. This one is locked again for some reason. Now, before there was also a person that was in here and we did kill him. Was that Vandal? Because we killed him and then somehow Vandal showed up after we released what's her name. So did we like bug it? Jan licks it. The locked doors to Vandal's office. Then how do we get into it? Other side. Ah.
Sweet girl you sent up made the other one seem like sour milk. Real bleeder, lovely thing.
Oh man, you already sucked her dry? Jesus, dude, it's been 2 hours.
On in your heart, won't she? Need a bag of her?
Yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, I can buy blood from him. Ew. Blue blood. Oh, 5 blood points. Okay, interesting. Interesting indeed. Okay, so that's good to know. You can come down here if we want to buy blood. Employee of the month, Santa Monica Blood Bank. Vandal, that is still a terrible name. Okay, so he was the one that would have seen me if I had snuck in. All right, we're gonna go check our email. Hi, Dayglow, how are you doing? All right, yeah. We're going to check our email. Excuse me, pardon me. Enjoying your Friday. Ready to enjoy the Friday, basically. And then let us yum. Here, email, yoink. The first move. White King moves to protect his pawn. Okay. Suppose. Wait, did that have an email on it? Friends. Okay, cool. I suppose. Alright, I guess that's all we have right now. Let's go check. Let's go check our mailbox. Okay, just had to make sure. I wonder what we can do with the picture that we have of apparently the person that got the picture of the Nosferatu. Hold on a second. Wasn't there... There was something in here, wasn't there? Besides Mercurio? There was a chest. Eight, which we cannot get. Son of a bitch. Hi, Mercurio. Hi. Oh, he's gone. Okay. I'm sure that's fine. I'm sure that's fine. Secret lover? Sure. Okay, so the only thing we have left are things that have to be done in another section. So I think we'll go back to downtown. We can't go this way. We cannot go that way. No, we did not. We did not out Mercurio. We did not tattle on him. Voids!
The Dark Carnival. And
Hold on.
please,
Let me check out the diner.
enjoy the show.
Void, how was your stream? How was Firebreak? How's the new update? There's still blood here, ma'am. Can I talk to you?
What'll it be, honey?
That is such a weird thing to say. Why would I say that? Wow, they really do just leave the blood here. When they started fucking shooting me. Okay, then. Why are they all in, like, combat stance? Okay.
Hop in.
Sure, why not? All right, let's go talk to LaCroix Soda. Oh, LaCroix. Chums, I wish to speak to you. Tackles old lady and steals her glasses. Oh my god.
Yeah, you go right on up and see Mr. LaCroix. Let's see what we got on good old camera 3. Oh, well, hello there. I've been thinking about you.
What you watching there, Chubs? Chubsy Wubsy? What's up, boss man?
Give the Anarch community my regards.
I did. They said nothing important. Yeah, I did. They said nothing important.
Uncharacteristic of them. Now that that's out of the way, I trust you're prepared to leave for the Dane.
Yeah, we still have things to do. Okay, I do not want to leave for the Dane just yet.
Exposition of the talent you showed earlier.
Hi, boys.
Go.
Finish the
remember,
Invincible.
Under no
The Invincible. What is the Invincible?
The Ankaran sarcophagus.
Update's pretty good. It's a little bit overwhelming. Everything's been changed. Difficulty can be a little steep, but I'm enjoying it. Oh.
Beach in Santa Monica.
Huh. Okay, there's a boat waiting in Santa Monica. Okay. So... Okay. Mud Hunt we can't do. Carnival we can't do because those are part of the same thing, it seems. Is there anybody in downtown I haven't talked to yet that could give me a mission? The guard's watching Prawn on camera 3. It does it count as Prawn if it's a video feed directly from somebody else's office or room? Yeah, we can't do the carnival mission. Do we go talk to Venus again? Do we go check out the building that the guy was like... This door where we saw a guy like cowering in fear outside of it? Based on the old Stanislaw Lim novel, very retro future. Oh, this isn't a door. Why did I think this was a door? Is it this door? This is a door. Oh!
Help me!
What?
It's got them. It's coming for me now. It's coming for me.
Selena, what's coming for you? How goes the masquerade? I'm getting my brick shitted.
Haunted LA? Oh, God, it was right behind me. We've got to get out of here.
What's behind you?
Look, I'll level with you. We usually fake these things, you know, ghosts. That's all bullshit. We were setting up downstairs and
wait,
shit started happening.
Is this who I think it is?
They all started disappearing. I don't know what's happening. No, don't go down there. We've got to get out. It's coming. It's coming. It's coming.
Oh, hey. Wait, why are you here? All right, you stay here. Baby. Baby. Is this? Oh, I know exactly what this is. You get attacked behind me? Is that what that was? No? This door. Hello? This is what I remember. I know what this mission is. I put it back. Put it back. Damn it. Fine. Hello? My wife, where are you? Smash. My wife. Oh my god. Oh my god. There's no floor in the room that she's getting dragged into. Okay. Hello. Morphine. Oh, here it is. This is where she was getting pulled. Where's my wife? Hello, wife. I know you're in here. I hear
Step inside, step inside.
Ooh. Hello. Panda, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Oh. Yeah. I won't get. Hello. What did I just pick up? I don't know what I picked up. Which door did I just come through? This one? No. Hello. Excuse me. Excuse me, I am looking for my wife. Where is my wife? Hello, wife? Hello? I gotta like route my way around this fucking pipe. Hello? Fucking maze in here. Wife? 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 Hi, buddy. Neat. A wife. A wife? Wife! Oh my god, the broken walk noises. It's my wife. I love her. Hi,
Real
Pisha.
terror is not the sight of death. It is the fear of
Swoon.
death. What is
Swoon.
the fear of death? Terror of the unknown. Is it these eyes you peer into? No. I am not the unknown. You and I are closer kin than you and it were.
What are you?
Drinking blood to sustain your death. You are damned, yes?
I love
What
her.
if, besides the blood of the living, you had to eat pounds of their flesh to maintain that thin facade of life? What would you call it? Twice damned?
You have to eat human
You
flesh?
drink blood. I eat flesh. Kine eat food. But Kine think us a monster. Without remorse, they would burn our body twice over to be certain.
Give her heart. We will give her heart.
What is unnatural for some is vital for others.
Who are you?
My birth name I tell no one. You may address me as Pisha. Pisha was the name of my companion and lover in a time before my death. 250 years ago. She has no need of it anymore.
Why living in
My
Content's
stay
building?
in this city is transitory. I seek relics of the occult traced here and would trade similar.
Take it. Take heart. Take heart, wife.
If you
Take
wish
heart.
to bargain with me, the kind upstairs must be sent down here. He has seen too much. Tell him this was all a ruse. His friends playing a joke. He will come. He
Yes,
must
I did. I knew she was down in the abandoned hospital. I just wasn't sure where the
frail
abandoned
disguise
hospital
we wear for
was.
mortals will be seen through.
Who am I to argue with the flesh-eating monster? I'll take care of it right now. Absolutely. Look at her collection, if you will. Okay, the skulls are huge. Wait a minute. Do I have to... Wait, do I have to, like, route my way all the way back? Do I have to do all that in reverse again? Oh, no, I can go this way now. Oh, no, this is just the other door that opens. Fuck, dude. Fuck. Okay. Oh, Fraggle, Fraggle. Okay, that's not the right one. Yes, she is a Nagaraja. For anybody who doesn't know, Nagaraja are essentially, they were Indian mages. Not like Native American, but like Indian. And they were essentially the Athanatoi from Mage. The Athanatoi effectively made the Nagaraja as an attempt to make a better form of immortality, similar to like what the Tremere did. Wait, can I move this? Damn it. I can't, like... Has to be a different way, right? Can I... Oh, I can go up and over. Hey, buddy. Hello? Where'd he go? Hello? Where'd he go? Is he outside? Let's go check outside. Behind Pisha? Damn it! I should have fucking known. Is there like another door? Is there another door? Is it gonna be unlocked now? Can I just find it and get the shortcut back to Pisha? It's a vent. Hello? Oh, there's a hole there, but... Okay. We still don't know where he is, though. Okay, you said it leads to the entrance, which means it has to have an other side, right? Where? Oh, is that it? That looks like it's probably... Uh-oh. I was stuck for a second. Did I bug it? I can't open this anymore. You said it's... oh, is it this one that was over here? Stand in the grand scheme of things, the world of darkness. They are the protectors of Gaia. They are murder machines. Again, though, this was the way I went through, and now it's not interactable. But I also can't find the guy. Where's the guy? Chat, I need your help. Where's the guy? Do I need to go back to his apartments? A hint on the floor. Oh, there it is. Okay, yeah. He went to Skyline Apartments. Okay. We already know which one that is. Yeah, it was the tiny black card on the ground. All right. Yoink. Actually, real quick. Business. Simon Billigan. Okay. Skyline Apartments. Apartment 1. Yeah, we've already been all over your apartment, buddy. I'm going the wrong direction. Okay. I'm pretty sure it's this way. Probably. Then this way?
Get away from my stuff.
Sir, that's a bus station. That is a bus station. All right, before we go in after this guy. Hold on. Do we have any experience? 4 experience. Can we raise anything? Seduction maybe? So that we could, yeah, fuck it. Fuck it, we ball, baby. We ball. He brought the bus station from home. Oh my God, shut up. All right, can we finally talk to this lady?
Mm-hmm.
Pat Razorwork made the day, then I saw you. There we go.
Me?
Oh. Every last pound of you?
Let me get my coat. I left it with a guy who'll be getting some off me tonight.
Huh?
Mm-hmm. I've never seen you in here before.
For stealing a lady's heart? Would have stopped in a lot sooner.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that'll work. Again, I don't know why the blood dolls inside of the clubs move in sections while everyone else like drains consistently. I thought use friends. What do you mean use friends?
Lovely evening.
Is it? Is it lovely? All right, there's Skyline. More save whoring. Do an actual full save because we haven't done that in a while. And there we go. And call it a day. That is where we are going to end, chat. Can you tell I'm enjoying this game? Aside from like the really raunchy boss fights that I had to cheese in the goofiest way imaginable. You'll never get me around the corner of this table, Vic. Who you are, what's your deal? Hi, Bacon. We're actually just about to end, but if you don't know me, my name is Martin, ringleader of Dark Carnival. I typically play games that are dark, spooky, and terrifying. But because it's Halloween, where did my things just go? Hold on a second. There we go. I was looking for something else. World, you're playing it? I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying this game. But we need to figure out who the hell we're going to raid. I think we're going to raid Abby. Abby is playing Resident Evil 6. Ellipsium? I don't know what Ellipsium is. No, I know who we're raiding. We're going to raid Nightmare. Nightmare is doing, he usually streams a lot later at night, but I think he has time off this month. Queen Rin, thank you for the follow. If you've been hanging out this entire time, guys, I do recommend dropping a follow. I'm live most days out of the week. We won't be back, unfortunately, here until Monday. So I will see you then, noon CDT, where we will probably be doing, I'm not sure yet. Monday's probably not going to be Vampire, though, because we just played 3 days of it in a row. But Nightmare Nexus. Bonus show over, baby. But, like I said, I will see you Monday. Thank you for being here, guys. Go give Nightmare some love. What do we want to do for the raid message? Let's do the, no, we'll do the knife emote.
Step inside, step inside.
They're all dead. We punched every last one of them to death. Trick the dog, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, guys. I will see you next time. But thank you for being here. Thank you for being awesome. And thank you all for enjoying the show. Today was a really good stream day. I'm glad I decided to stream today whenever Mage got canceled. But until next time, guys, I will see you Monday. Later.